Mornings, where we just need to wait for the rest of the animals to come down and join us. For now, as I did say, it was rather busy a couple of moments ago, so we are definitely in for another bumper of a day. It does look to be rather warm here, and I'm sure we will have a lot of different animals around the waterhole throughout the course of Escape to Nature. But as always, as you know, Escape to Nature is an immersive experience, and it is your journey into the wilderness and African safari with us. So please do send through any of your questions, your comments, points of interest, things you'd like to know about. We love to interact with you guys, and we love to further your knowledge where we can, and of course answer any questions where we need to. So please do send those through. We look forward to hearing from you throughout the course of Escape to Nature today. So I did just touch on the fact that I think it's going to be rather warm here today, but let us have a look and see what the weather is doing across all the locations today. So it does look like there's some kudu just there on that first little green patch over here. Perhaps that or impala. I can't see just from here yet. They are a little bit far, but as soon as we can make them out correctly, we'll obviously let you know who that is. Looks like one lone impala coming down to join us at the moment, so we'll definitely hang around with that. And of course, wait for any of the other species to come and join us throughout the course of the day. But I can see one of the dab chicks. Lots of the blacksmith lapwings. A mourning dove. And we will wait to hear what else is around. But let's get a closer look. And we can then just play the patience game with anything else. A nice impala ram. Of course some wildebeest and some zebra in the distance over there, as well as a gemsbok. So off to a flyer, 4 species already, and I'm sure with it being rather hot, we can expect a number of different herds and large numbers of game coming down. And really quite a racket at the moment with our blacksmith lapwings really having a go. And lovely to have this impala ram with us right now. Kickstart our morning. Exactly, Brenda. I'm sure there are going to be many exciting sightings, so we will definitely keep a tab on what is going on and show you the best that we can. So lovely to have this impala ram here. And a number of them with exceptionally big horns, as I've alluded to over the last few days. So great to see this one down here at the moment, and any of the others that do come through. Of course, we will take a closer look at them as well. Let's just come back out. I do just want to make sure we don't miss out on the kudu that might be approaching. I can hear some sandgrass. Looks like zebra actually at the moment over here. Yeah, and kudu. So let's just give it a second or so. And I'm sure we can wait for them. But while we do wait for them to come and join us, let us go and see what is happening in Mshatu. So fantastic to be joined by this huge herd of elephant. Really, really fantastic to kick our morning off like this. Lots of young ones too, and a start with elephant is always a good start anyway. So lots going on, a couple already in the water it seems, and I'm sure here in Mashatu it's going to be rather hot and humid today as well. We just want to make sure you don't miss out on any of the ellies. It looks like a huge number of them are around at the moment, so probably different herds as well, all kind of congregating together. Lovely to have our chorus of Woodlands Kingfisher in the background. Really one of the bigger herds we've seen at Mashatu of late, so fantastic to have these guys with us. Oh, indeed, yes, it can be, although when it did start to rain and the green flush came through, we didn't see elephant for a number of days, and that was purely because there was a lot of groundwater and pan systems that were then accessible, so they were able to venture a bit further. However, as you can see, we have a plethora of elephant at the moment, pretty much filling the entire screen at the moment. So it isn't uncommon, and I've even had breakfast with at least 50 of them at a time underneath some of the Mashatu trees in a more central area from here, but that was a rather enjoyable experience, standing around the Kaap and having elephants around 5 meters away from us enjoying breakfast while they enjoyed the shade. So they really do get around here as well, but of course where there is fresh water, the elephants love to congregate, and it just seems that there is almost a conveyor belt of them at the moment just coming down one game trail straight towards us. So fantastic to start like this. And hopefully they will hang around for quite some time. There are probably upwards around 30 elephant that have already been through. We currently count around 20 odd at the moment, 20 plus. So lovely to see. Really fantastic to be bombarded with elephant. There's definitely a clear favorite area where they do like to congregate and drink. You can see that just at that rocky point there, that is where the fresh water is pumped, so they love to congregate there and take that fresh water. Otherwise you will also see them kind of just skimming off the top, taking any of the fresher water that hasn't been disturbed. Lots of them at the moment. I'm just making sure that everyone can kind of gauge just the amount of elephant that are around here at the moment. So lovely to see. It's possibly a little bit too cool at the moment to have them swimming, but that could change throughout the course of the day. If they are present and in the area, we might see them in the water as well. So that is a wish list, obviously, but great just to kick back and relax. So the Ellie's probably enjoying their morning coffee, and any of you that are watching and are in the southern hemisphere enjoying some of your morning coffee as well. So just really enjoyable scenes. So it does seem that they're just stocking up on water and then off to begin foraging for, I'm sure, most of the morning. As I was saying, I do think we'll probably get them back later on. So just something to keep tabs on throughout the course of the day. Some lovely young calves as well. And that one there, just on the right of frame, really, really cute. The young one scooting off into the bush over there. Quite funny to watch. Their feet always move so much faster than the adults. It's almost like they're on fast forward and everyone else is in real time. Hi, Happy Harry. And in this area itself, there are a number of elephants that don't have tusks, predominantly the females, the cows. And that is thought to have happened because of pressure that was put on the ellies, so poaching and hunting back in the day. So the ellies kind of have evolved to not have any tusks around here, the cows at least. So there are, as I said, a number of them, either very small tusks or no tusks present at all. But for example, in Sri Lanka, there are actually non-tusked Sri Lankan elephants, so those are Asiatic elephant, and a number of them don't have any tusks, and again, that has also got to do with poaching and pressure that has been put on them. Some more ellies coming through.
Cape Nature and Sandcorp have partnered up in a monumental conservation effort that's culminating in the 7th annual Penguin Palooza, where many rehabilitated penguins are released at Stony Point Nature Reserve. This year, Wild Earth is elated to join and broadcast it to you live. See the happy pattering penguin feet find their way back into the ocean. Join us on the 26th of November from 10 a.m. Central African Time for unscheduled pop-up broadcasts of live penguin releases. Wild Earth.
So we are literally peppered with elephants. You can just see them littered throughout the bush as well. Just little round blobs kind of approaching the water as they are in the distance, and obviously get bigger then coming through. So really fantastic having all of them around and here with us at the moment. Is that dab chick that's also now present, just off that rocky point over there. We have also had the spurwing geese here for the last 2 days. So interesting to see if they're still around. They probably are hanging back with the elephants that are here right now. There's lots going on. Camaroptera as well calling in the back. Blacksmith lapwing. And just keeping my ears peeled for anything else that might be around. So the Ellies are thoroughly enjoying that rocky point at the moment. Numbers of them littered around the dam at the moment as well. So really fantastic just to immerse ourselves in this experience at the moment and enjoy the presence of elephant in the land of the giants. Really lovely and peaceful scenes at the moment. So it's taking the opportunity just to sit and enjoy our elephants. And hopefully we will have more joining us throughout the course of the day. Hi Nina, so they adapt very well seasonally to the different areas where they're found. And they kind of move around seasonally. They aren't really tied to any migrations per se. So they will be more present in areas obviously where vegetation has come through. Obviously where there's been higher rainfall at times. But elephants kind of are on their own mission really. They don't migrate per se. They will have seasonal movement in areas. And they obviously focus on different food sources throughout the different times of the year. So in Mashatu here, being quite rocky and hilly in areas, it's not uncommon to see them moving up and down little mountainous or rock koppies as well. It's actually quite awesome to see, to be honest. And then again, focusing on different things in different seasons. So in the drier seasons, they do tend to focus on the bark, that cambion layer that is on the tree bark. And certain trees as well, they do have trees that favor in certain areas. And again, now in summer, with green flush and that, their feeding would then be primarily on the new grass that started to come out, different seasonal fruits and flowers that are available as well. So anything really that carries the highest calorific content in a given season is what the Ellies will then take on. You can also just hear Deirdre's cuckoo calling in the background. Really pleasant at the moment. Lovely to have all our elephants with us. It does look like the majority of them are moving off. Seems like this bull is probably going to hang around for a little bit. So we're going to just sit here for a minute before they all move off. It looks like the last of our Ellies is now headed into the bush. That little Camaracha also just going quite nuts just before that. Just having a pan around, just having a look to see who else might be around. Perhaps even getting a glimpse of those spurwing geese. And you can hear some of the impala getting quite excited in the background. We'll have a look for them now. Looks like one or two more Ellies coming through. So, as I was saying earlier, really a conveyor belt of elephant at the moment. And who can complain about a conveyor belt of elephant? Just be able to make out perhaps those little dots that are moving around, those tawny dots. Those are indeed impala that are hanging around too. So 2 different subspecies of impala sighted already this morning, as well as more elephants. So no complaints. We're just going to sit here and watch them walk through, and obviously quench their thirst as they get to the water's edge. A really lovely way to just get our immersion on. It's kind of hard to figure out where to train the camera at the moment because the elephants are just coming in and out of almost every game path that leads onto the waterhole at the moment. So I'm just going to leave us here for now because they do seem to favor where that rocky point is, and hopefully they will congregate right in front of us as well. So lovely, lovely scenes. So these impala have also snuck through, and how long they get to spend at the water's edge remains to be seen because the eddies might push them off. It's fantastic to have two species here at the moment, and these eddies really indulging. So nice to see this other one kind of getting quite deep in the water. You don't see them venture too far into here at times, so quite cool to have this scene unfolding in front of us. Some overexcited impala running around there too, so really enjoyable. Loving this. What a way to kickstart our morning. Lovely wind. Mashatu is nice and active for us. So it really has been a bumper start, both here and in Okakuya. But it's time for us to go and say good morning to Trishala and Morgan in Amakhala.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trishala at Amakhala with Morgan, and we're at the Jackal Den. Very exciting. because yesterday or last night in Sunset Safari, we had such a wonderful sighting with them playing around, and there's 4 pups here. So we're hoping that, if we stay here, some will come out. This is me. It's Trishala. I've got Morgan on camera, like I mentioned. And here is the jackal den. Oh, firstly, let me say there's not much happening at the den. Nobody's out. But then we saw this wonderful beetle that Morgan's going to try and find for you. You've got it. There you go. This is why I love stopping near trees while we wait for something, because then we can find some really cool little things. Oh, that looks nice, Morgan. How gorgeous is that? It's a longhorn beetle, and we can tell because its antennae are really long. Longhorn beetles often have antennae that are even longer than its own body. And one here is a little shorter than the other. It's broken off, it seems. That's something that longhorn beetles experience quite often, unfortunately. So I think that this is one of the zebra longhorns, but specifically the orange-eyed longhorn beetle. And we can see it's got 3 pairs of spots and then that kind of line in between the back 2 pairs. So even around the head there'd be a couple stripes as well. So I'm pretty sure it's the orange-eyed longhorn. Zographus oculato. No, I don't just know that out of the top of my head. I have a great insect identification book. It's my favorite one. I've been using it since I've been in university for a very long time. I've been using this insect ID book. And so there we have it, an orange-eyed longhorn beetle. Longhorn beetles are really awesome little creatures because they come in a variety of colors, a variety of sizes, and oftentimes people, well, not just, I guess some random people, but most often scientists and entomologists really prize longhorn beetles because of those attributes. They're also called longicorns, like unicorn. Morgan says it's like longitude. I prefer to think longicorn like unicorn. They're such interesting, beetles in general. It's the largest insect order, Coleoptera. And surprisingly, it's quite a recent order. And I say surprisingly because they are so abundant, by far the largest order of insects. But compared to the evolution of other insects, they're fairly recent. So the larvae of these longhorn beetles, they basically eat tissue, plant tissue, and they'll cause significant damage to plants. And the little borers, their larvae are little borers, and I mean, you probably are familiar with that word because they can cause a lot of damage in wood. And what I love is, so we're looking at a sweet thorn. You can see all the white thorns. And this is Vachellia carew. So we're looking at it and it looks like not much is happening. It's just a plant and a beetle. But so much is going on. If there are, say this beetle is laying eggs there, or perhaps there's larvae that are in this area, they would be consuming this plant tissue of this Vachellia carew, this sweet thorn. And as they're doing that, the sweet thorn has a chemical response. So it's sending out a scent, a chemical scent, in the form of what's known as a monoterpene. So it just means that it's a type of chemical that can be evaporated very easily. And so it can send out chemical messages to other plants in the area and say, hey, there's some beetles around or some borers around that are eating me. Amp up your tannins. So it's actually sending out a message to the plants around it to say, you should start protecting yourself by releasing more tannins into your leaves. Tannins make leaves not very tasty and can also disrupt digestive function. of the animals that eat it. And these beetles will detect, well, longhorn beetles in general, will detect a mate based on how much of those monoterpenes they can smell in the atmosphere, in the air. So if it's, walking along, cruising on the road and it detects some monoterpene, it goes, ooh, there must be a lot of beetles nearby. So let me go and find a mate based on that chemical signal that the tree is sending out. It's just like so much is happening in that little tree when it looks as if nothing is happening. And that's besides the fact that beneath the ground, the roots of this tree, they are in constant competition with other trees in the area for resources, for water, nutrients, nitrogen, etc. And then also in constant competition with the grass around the area. Because when we have this type of spotty habitat, where it's a bit of bush, bit of thicket, a bit of grassland, they're all fighting with each other to dominate the landscape. And so the trees want to be, when I say want, it's not a conscious thing, but they are moving towards wanting to propagate themselves. So they want to put down more of their own trees. And by doing that, they essentially want to create a forest environment. But then the grasses are pushing back because the grasses taking up that space doesn't allow for the trees to germinate. So there's this constant push and pull between the grassland and the forest. And when that happens, you get a savanna environment, you get a thicket environment, this in-between where there's patches of dense vegetation and patches of grasses. Like, so much happening, even though it looks like just a plain static landscape with almost, if you're not really into nature or into the environment very much, you just think, oh, it's just a boring landscape. No, there is fierce competition going on between the trees, the grasses, the insects. Everyone has their defenses. It's just that sometimes we can't see them or smell them or hear them. I wonder if this one has detected a mate nearby. Oh, Natalie, hi. You said that you love learning about the little things. I'm so glad, because the little things are such a huge part of what makes the big things what they are. Everything has its specific niche. And when we learn about the little things, we get a great understanding of the big things too. I love all things. All the things. Oh, it looks like it's eating. So right now, this tree is having a response to being chewed on. Now, obviously, this is just one adult that is doing this, but that chewing would release those chemicals and maybe others would come along and want, for the purpose of mating. But also once the tannins in the leaves start to be released, they'd also need to find another tree that hasn't caught on to the fact that they're eating. Oh, it's positioned itself with the one leg up, trying to get a good angle on that leaf, are you, longhorn beetle? It's so neat to have 6 legs. You can really maneuver yourself quite well. So I know that this might seem a little bit obvious, but I think it's always a good thing to mention because a lot of the time we say insects for anything that is small and crawling around. Oh, look at this, there's another beetle there. So shiny. So the obvious thing I wanted to tell you was that insects have 6 legs. So if you see something crawling around, it has 8 legs, it's not an insect. It has 4 legs, it's not an insect. It has more than that, not an insect. All insects have 6 legs, and they have 6 legs even in other stages of development. So I know you're probably thinking, oh, well, we see a caterpillar, and caterpillars seem to have more than 6 legs, but in fact, they do only have 6 legs. The other legs that we see as they're moving around are called pseudopoda, false or fake legs. And it's only the front 6 that are actually true legs. So it's always a neat thing to know, because when you're unsure, you can say, oh, does it have 6 legs? Oh yeah, it does have 6 legs. It is definitely an insect. In other news, our jackal pups have not emerged from wherever they're spending this morning.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Join me, James Hendry, on an odyssey through the most adorable, fascinating, and heart-stopping moments we have experienced here on Wild Earth.
The shiny green one could have been a type of leaf beetle, but again, I can't be sure. The orange-eyed longhorn beetle that we're looking at, though, that's confirmed, that identification. So busy. I am lifting my head up every now and then to have a look at our den, but I don't see anything. It's okay, we'll sit for a little bit longer. Maybe we'll find some other cool insects on the bushes close by. And for now, I'm going to send you over to Alex at Okakoyo, see what exciting, maybe large animal he has in the area.
Well, we are currently joined with my favorite pachyderm. It's been a morning of pachyderms. We've had elephant and, of course, now a black rhino here in Okakoyo. So fantastic to see black rhino this early in the day. Normally only really see them in the evenings here as well. They are predominantly nocturnal, taking the day to kind of rest in thickets. And they do capitalize, obviously, in the shade. And resting in the shade while it is quite warm, and then feeding throughout the evening as well. So they are quite crepuscular, being active also dawn and dusk. And they do feed on a number of different things as well, favoring succulents as well in certain areas, as well as different trees. And in some areas, different parts of Africa, they have been seen to graze, but primarily a browsing rhino, and they really are fantastic. This is really awesome. Lovely to be able to see one right now. So thoroughly enjoying this. What a way to kickstart our day. Love a black rhino. So on this black rhino you will be able to see that prehensile hooked lip of theirs. That obviously helps them with regards to the way that they feed, being browsers. Much the same as when we watch giraffe and that up close, using those lips to kind of get at little leaves or anything else. So that little prehensile lip does obviously assist with regards to them browsing. And the gestation period is a little bit shorter than the white rhinos. They have a gestation period of roughly 15 to 16 odd months. So a little bit shorter than a white rhino. And of course they are a bit smaller than white rhino. But they really are impressive. Known to have quite a temper. However, there is a flip side to that, is when they are in captivity or in bomas. It's actually the white rhinos that have more of a temper than the black rhinos. The black rhinos actually become far more relaxed. It does look like we're probably going to get some wading going on. And perhaps this rhino is going to treat us to a bit of a wallow. They do congregate here in good numbers. And this waterhole is actually renowned for the black rhinos that do attend it. So really, really awesome. But as I said, fantastic to be able to see one this early in the morning. And we know we can't script the bush or wildlife. So of course this was entirely on its own doing. It must have been quite thirsty after a night of feeding. In fact, of the rhino species that are still extant, this black rhino is the third biggest. So it would be white rhino, Indian or Asiatic one-horned rhino, and then the black rhino here. Very formidable. So you'll just see its ears kind of tuning into everything else. Their eyesight isn't the best. Sense of smell and hearing far better. And you'll just see those ears kind of acting like little periscopes, picking up on any sounds that might be around. So really awesome to be able to see this. Lovely that our visual is so clear at the moment. that we keep the rhino in frame. I mean, it does seem to be a cow, or perhaps a younger bull. Really enjoying dipping its face, and that contrast is actually very awesome at the moment. As I was saying, they do eat a lot of succulents, and they're actually known to take around 220 odd different types of plants. The succulents being part of that, and that is obviously in the areas that they've found. A number of subspecies. So there's a more southern eastern one here in South Africa, a little bit smaller than the ones we find here up in western, kind of southwestern Africa, in northern Namibia, as well as the eastern population of these black rhino found in Masai Mara, Tanzania and Kenya. There's also a number of them found in Zimbabwe. Those would obviously be far more closely related to those found in Kruger and down into Zululand as well. Those being a little bit smaller, all with a temperament though, and really magnificent. I'm really enjoying the face paint on this one at the moment, for that, just having that wet nozzle and jaw. So you'll notice that it's quite white, and again, like the elephants around here, that is to do with calcrete stone and the deposit that is around here in the soil that they would be in lying or wallowing in, and that gives off that white color. So now being wet on its nozzle and snout really at the moment, and when it walks out you'll even notice it on its legs. It will go back to that grey color, and most definitely, I'm sure after this, go and apply some form of sunscreen in the form of the dust, or perhaps find a wallow for itself as well. They really are very cool. Cuter when they are calves. I had the privilege of playing with both black and white rhino calves, and they really are something else when they are young. Of course they are just as magnificent when they are older, but that playful exuberance of youth really does take over and is something else. It's lovely, lovely time spent here with our rhino at the moment. Of course, dab chick hanging around right there, pied crow, and our blacksmith lapwings as well, just on the bank there. Really fantastic. So of those three populations of rhinos, or black rhinos at least, that I was talking about, there are the only three with viable populations left. There were actually 8 races really of black rhino on the African continent. The last going extinct around, I think it was 2016, 2012, being the western black rhino, this being the southwestern. The south central is the other one that I was speaking about, and as well as the eastern, that found in East Africa. So only 3 left that have viable populations of 8, with 3 being confirmed extinct. Really fantastic being able to spend some time with something so prehistoric And really such a marvel. Almost looks like it's got socks at the moment. And what a treat. I did actually have some interaction with some black rhino and lion here on Friday evening. With the black rhino definitely letting that lioness know who was boss, and that lioness making a clear beeline away from it. There's not too many things that would want to tussle with a black rhino. Really special being able to watch this rhino walk off into the distance. It's amazing how it does kind of blend in with that concrete stone that is present there. This rhino being a tank like it is, kind of not really needing to use that game trail that is present, it seems. Kind of just making its own way or barging its own way through the landscape at the moment. And also just be able to notice how long that tail is of it. So when they do run off into the bush, those tails kind of pick up and kind of curl over as well. So it's quite funny to see, and their heads obviously then sit high up. So if you ever do see a black rhino running off, you will notice that it's kind of like an antenna that does follow it. That tail does flick up. And their heads obviously are held a lot higher than white rhinos, obviously due to what they take as food. It's fantastic to be able to see wild rhinos with horns still intact. There isn't dehorning that goes on here in Etosha. There obviously has been that new initiative in the Sabi Sands, so in Djuma, where we do have the white rhinos that are dehorned, and that is throughout the Sabi Sands as well. And obviously that is to further help protect them. Of course, anti-poaching units and that are present in those areas as well do help with that. But the scourge of rhino poaching is ever present. And we do hope with it being rather remote here, that is one of the reasons why these rhinos are left to be as iconic as they are, with their horns intact. And of course there are obviously anti-poaching units within Namibia itself and Etosha too, so it is something that does aid and abet the protection of these magnificent creatures. It does look like this one perhaps going to be resting up in some of the shade over there, which is exactly what we would expect a black rhino to be doing right now. Amazing how they can just disappear into the undergrowth like that so quickly. So just waiting to see if that rhino has indeed left the thicket. I think it probably has. It's just a bit too thick, this tree line here, and probably heading off to that Mopani thicket or tree line just off the back over there. Time to rest up for the day. Thirst quenched, and a day of sleep to, I'm sure, ensue after this. With really lovely scenes. Fantastic to be able to engage and enjoy a black rhino this morning. I'm just going to zoom out, just want to make sure we haven't missed anyone else. And it's quite fantastic because that black rhino really was the only thing around here at the moment. It does look like the other antelope and animals are slowly starting to get into gear again and find their groove and come back down to the waterhole. So let's just see what does transpire. But we've lost our hook lip tank. He has decided, or she has decided, to move off to the thickets. Really, really awesome. What's quite phenomenal as well is that they are pretty volatile in terms of their temperaments. They're actually known to have the highest combat mortality rate out of any of the mammal species as well. So it's around 50% of the males do succumb to fighting. So we did have a fantastic time here with our black rhino. And someone that knows these black rhino very well wants to say good morning to us, and that's Rolf in Kruger.
Hello and welcome to the wonderful and beautiful Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten and I'm back next to the Scotia Dam. And today seems like the weather is very different to yesterday. It was a scorcher that we experienced right throughout the day yesterday. By 9 a.m. in the morning it was already over 30 degrees Celsius. So it was quite a stinker. But today the clouds are out and the wind is blowing and it's a lot cooler. So we might see a little bit more activity from the animals. Who knows? Maybe there won't be so much mud wallowing, but there might be a little bit more activity in general. It looks like it. For now, a lot of the animals are off on the other side of the plain. So nothing next to the waterhole for now, but I'm sure that's going to change by the minute. I'm just watching these two male Inyala that are next to this sort of clump of bush in the middle of the plain. It's dominated by plumbago and some needle bush, maybe some num-nums in there. I'll just show you, they like it here next to that little thicket. You can see that with the cloud cover, a little bit of patchy light, but it does make for excellent photos when it does shine through on different animals. So I'm hoping I get some nice pictures. Nice that the black rhino have come down for a drink at Okukuyu. So Betty, that's a good question. Why are the male and females so different? It's it's just an evolutionary trait that's how they've developed. And the male's getting this very extravagant coat with the horns. Now a lot of the thicket or browsing animals that do stay in the thickets, the males have the horns where the females don't. And we find that right across the board. And then with the plains game, both male and female have horns, more so for their defense when they would be defending themselves against lions, cheetah, and the sort of plains predators. Whereas the thicket antelope, the males have the horns more so for fighting with each other, and so they evade predators by being very agile and jumping through the branches and thorns, etc., and evading them like that. But why the eland has taken on this extravagant coat and very different to the females would probably just be down to an evolutionary movement, in the sense that those are the males, or there was probably a particular trait that the females preferred, and then that trait came through with the offspring, and it continued along those lines. So you could say that it might be because the girls, or the females, preferred this kind of looking male. And that's how evolution works, with change accompanied with time. And sometimes it's all just down to preference. It wouldn't be the males that would prefer that, it would be the females that would have chosen them. But there's lots of different aspects that would have to taken into account. Maybe the females are quite particular in what they look for in a male. Well, it has landed up in them being one of the most extravagant of all the male antelope, and very different to the females. When they are young, obviously we do know that they look exactly like females, and it's only once they start maturing that they change their coat and then transform into the full adult mature male. Just doing a bit of ruminating there. You can hear a black cuckoo calling. The wind getting up a little bit, so it's not as loud from the orchestra of the birds this morning. Yesterday there was hardly any wind, and although it was hot, there was still a lot more birds calling later on into the morning. That one looks like it maybe go for a bit of a feed on that thicket there. As I say, a bit of a mix of different plants. Plumbago flowers, num-nums, some needle bushes, but all part and parcel of the Nyala's diet. They'll also graze as well. Nyala mixed feed is quite similar to impala, where they will browse and graze. Emerald spotted wood dove giving us a very sad call. So I'm hoping I get visited by the rhinos again. They pretty much almost every day come up to me. A little bit later we'll expect to have Thandi and her calves come round here. They are creatures of habit, and it seems like later on in the afternoon is when they generally come round. And yesterday you may have seen that I did have Thandi and her calves round, and who knows, that might have even fallen part of the highlights that you can find, which includes the sunrise safari, escape to nature, as well as sunset safari on the Wild Earth app. So if you have missed anything, or you'd like to go back and see any of the highlights of all the shows, then you can just download the app and you can find it there. And we call that the best bits. Nice little group of blessbok.
we stop there, please? Because now we have got some leopards making you laugh. Now, this is not like when a baby human bites your finger. Let's push play on this episode of The Wild Show.
So that'll be my friends Thandi, Mtetu and Sia. Thandi being the mom, and Mtetu the oldest calf, and Sia the youngest. They've probably been grazing, and now it's time for a rest. So you've seen the black rhino at Okukuyu, Diceros bicornis, the larger of the black rhino. And you might notice, if you do have anything relative that you would be able to work out how big they are, those black rhino are very similar in size to the white rhino that we have here. Slightly smaller, but jeepers, those black rhino are big, especially when you compare them to the Diceros bicornis minor, which is the more common one that we get in South Africa, and mostly stemming from the areas around KwaZulu-Natal and the Hluhluwe-Umfolozi Park. They were pretty much poached back down to a little population that survived in that particular area, and then they reintroduced from the breeding programs that they had there. And so as we speak about the different rhinos, it's awesome to see. I'm hoping that these guys will come a bit closer so that we won't have to look at them from such a long distance. But let's head back to Okukuyu and see if there's any black rhino there.
Thanks, Rolf. And unfortunately, our black rhino has moved off, but we are fortunately joined with wildebeest and zebra at the moment. So beggars can't be choosers, and we definitely don't complain about the plethora of wildlife that is with us at the moment. So a really large herd of wildebeest, and a decent harem of zebra. So let's try and get a little bit closer. And you can have a look and see what is going on here. Really fantastic though to have had our black rhino already this morning. And quite interesting because when it did walk off, there was nothing else around. And within the space of minutes, we were joined by these wildebeest and zebras. So it does change very quickly. And it's always cool to be able to spend time with any of these large herds that do visit us. It does seem to be a bit hazy and overcast at the moment. I'm sure that will probably continue throughout the day. That cloud cover will probably build. So we'll just wait and see what goes on. I'm hoping that the wildebeest join us and come down for a drink. But we'll just have to wait and see. You just hear those Cape crows, and of course we are just waiting for some of the wildlife just to come join us at the water's edge, and we will get a closer look again. They do seem to be rather relaxed, so you can't complain with that either. One or two springbok as well in the distance. Quite a bit going on. You sometimes do see the wildebeest grazing along and through the Kalkriet too. Maybe one or two of them might get up to that, although I do think a lot of them will be ruminating. It does seem we're going to have to disengage with a game of patience over here. Just wait our turn, really. But no complaints with that. Lovely to listen to all the other sounds and what else is going on around us while we do wait for everyone else to get to the water. I think actually our wildebeest are probably going to be pushing off. But not to the zebra coming through and staying with us, at least for now. And it's interesting when the two of them are congregated like this, they do obviously travel a bit together and also seen quite often together as well. However, zebra need far more water than the wildebeest do. The zebra preferring longer grass to what the wildebeest prefer being the shorter grass. Alrighty, so it's generally only the gemsbok and springbok that wade into the water. Every now and then the wildebeest and zebra get a little bit deeper, but we only normally see the gemsbok and springbok getting in. Of course, the black rhino will get in as well, and then obviously the white ghosts of Etosha, the elephants, they also get in as well. Them obviously enjoying playing in the water far more than anything else. But with it being a bit hazy and overcast, it's not as hot as what it would normally be. So quite a cool scene actually just going on at the moment, just with everyone milling about. And nice to be able to really just gauge what is going on and how these animals go about their time when they aren't drinking per se, but when they are hanging around the waterhole. So great to be able to get some insight. Nice to be able to just switch off and enjoy a rather relaxing scene. So a lovely bull kudu that's here now. It does seem that the wildebeest are going to push on. But with this bull kudu coming to join us, we will definitely enjoy a lovely close view of him. An awesome silhouette as well present right now on him too. Very, very cool. Quite alert. Definitely listening and scanning for anything that might be around. Again, see how its ears are really just absorbing any sound or noise that might be in the area before deciding to settle down to have a drink. Always fantastic watching kudu drink, specifically the bulls. Those very regal spiraled horns of theirs. I'm hoping these zebras sneak into frame here as well. That would be a treat. I don't think that we're going to be able to work on that just yet. Let's just wait and see. A really cool little scene playing out here with our zebra joining the kudu bull. So a lovely harem joining our bull kudu. Springbok coming through in the back. It's a younger zebra with the harem. Possibly last year's foals. Really cool. Lovely to see a striking bull kudu like this, quite relaxed. So I'm going to enjoy the scenes here at the waterhole, and we're back to Ralph and Amakala. See what he's getting up to.
It is Trishala in Amakala. But it's fine. I'll accept being Ralph for today. We are looking at some wonderful butterflies on this golden bush. And this here, this yellowy white one, looks like a pioneer, which is one of the butterflies in the whites and yellows of southern Africa, because that is, the most imaginative way that lepidopterists classify butterflies. But it makes sense because, as you can see, it's white and yellow. I saw an African plain tiger, which used to be known as an African monarch as well. And now we are looking in the insect book again, but this time we're looking in the insect order Lepidoptera. So we know now that the coleopterans are the beetles in the order Coleoptera, and these are lepidopterans in the order Lepidoptera. Oh, here we go. So here's our African plain tiger butterfly, or previously known as the African monarch, and that looked like a female. Oh, isn't she beautiful? I said it's a female because the males usually have an additional spot on the hind wing towards the bottom. That's quite a large spot that's used for dispersing scent. Look at them going along to each one of the flowers and collecting nectar. If you're hearing pages turn, it is my book. Oh, this one's damaged its wing a little bit. The wings can be very delicate, as you would know. So it's always best not to touch butterfly or moth wings. If you have done it previously, and I certainly have, I think as a child I would touch everything, and it definitely helped in building my curiosity about the natural world. I would touch everything and anything. So even though it's really important to discourage touching, particularly from adults, but for kids it's really a way to investigate the natural world. And at least, you let kids know that they shouldn't touch it because it's going to hurt the animal. Here we have a bee. It is a bee. A type of bee. You can tell by the head. So the reason that we don't want to touch butterflies is that the wings, where all the nice pretty patterns and colors are, those are made up of tiny, tiny little scales. And they come off as dust on your fingers. And it's actually a really important feature of theirs, because it allows them to, one, create a really nice shiny surface, and also these patterns to attract. Oh, here we go. So this one's a brown veined white. Very pretty. Looks like a brown veined white at least. I keep getting distracted by how pretty everything is. So the reason we don't want to touch them is because of those scales, and those scales allow them to create patterns on their wings. But then you think, well, they could just put pigment into their wings. Why do they need the scales? The scales are an excellent way to allow them to get loose from spider webs. When you think about that, isn't that really clever? Because the spider web is sticky, and so if a butterfly flies into it and its body doesn't get stuck, but its wing gets caught, then it can shed these dusty scales and release itself. And I think that's really, really neat. There are so many butterflies around at the moment, and that makes total sense because butterflies need flowers, and there's lots of flowers around. Hi, Vicky. You'd like to know if insects struggle to fly in heavy winds? Yes, they do. Even birds struggle to fly in heavy winds. I'm sure you would have noticed when birds try to fly, but they don't go anywhere. Now, it's not because they can't fly in heavy winds. It's more that it takes a lot of effort to create lift in the direction that you want in heavy winds. And the same goes for insects, particularly light insects like butterflies that can get swept away quite easily in terms of losing control of their flight. And that's something that they obviously don't want to do, because the reason that they're flying is to get from one point to another. And if they can't, because of heavy winds, then they would rather just sit tight, cling on to a bush, perhaps. Now, at night, you would often see them clinging on to bushes with their wings folded. So butterflies fold their wings above their body like this, and moths fold their wings across their body so that it folds flat. Oh, no. Oh, I thought they had moved off. And there's a bee busy. 2 busy bees. Now this will be quite interesting to watch. So I've read that bees will sometimes, once they're done collecting pollen, they will leave the flower and then turn around and look at it. So let's see if when it leaves this head, if it does that. And apparently it has to do with their memory, so it's kind of like taking a mental picture. But if I remember correctly, it was bumblebees that do that, and bumblebees don't forage together like, say, honeybees do. So honeybees will all go out together, forage, and then come back. The worker bees, that is. But bumblebees don't do that. And what I read was specifically about bumblebees. Nope. Just flown away. Look how much life there is in this bush. Beetles crawling around. Butterflies, bees. So we haven't spoken about what insect order bees are in. Bees are hemipterans. So they're in the order Hymenoptera or Hymenoptera. And they share that insect order with ants and wasps. So ants, wasps, and bees are hymenopterans, and they're in the same order. Butterflies and moths, lepidopterans. So gorgeous. Remember that we're live and interactive. I'm here at Amakhala. You are seeing this at the same time that I am. Amakhala in the Eastern Cape in South Africa. And because we're live and interactive, I would love for you to send through your questions and your comments. You can ask whatever you like. If you maybe think it's a silly question, you don't even have to use your real name. But also there are no silly questions, as my chemistry teacher once told me. Only silly answers. It's using its long proboscis modified mouth part to get into the flower and suck up all that nectar. Oh, beaver butterfly there. What a beautiful bush. So far we saw an African monarch, or the African plain tiger as it's now known. We've seen the brown-veined white, and then we've seen the pioneer, or the Cape white. Regina, you say that you could watch butterflies all day. I know, it's really relaxing. It's just like their little movements. So beautiful. I'm going to tell you the weirdest thing I've ever learned about butterflies. Prepare yourself. So, you know that insects have compound eyes. So they have multiple facets in their eyes that each one has its own ocelli. So that's a light detecting part in their eye, and then they create an image. So each one of those little facets in the eye, or ommatidia, each one of them are simple, but because they're together, we call it a compound eye. So butterflies have one of these light detecting ocelli, also in their reproductive region. Morgan's put both hands on his cheek and went, oh, yes, because somehow light helps them somehow to guide the male towards the female when it comes to actually locking in their reproductive parts. And it makes sense because ocelli only detect light and dark. There's no color, there's no image or anything like that. So, and with insects, their sex organs are very much like a lock and key. So one type of butterfly cannot mate with another type of butterfly because it simply will not fit. It is a lock and key situation within species. And so, to kind of figure out if a male is close enough to fit in correctly, perhaps that would change the light situation. And that's maybe why they have ocelli down there. There you go.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, And explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
Oh, yeah, the wind is definitely picking up, and kind of you can see them struggle, but you can also see that they hold on firmly with their 6 legs. Yes. Insects, particularly flying insects, have such a tight relationship, tightly knit relationship with or evolutionary relationship, I should say, with flowering plants. Because before flowering plants, there were basically mostly gymnosperms, so non-flowering plants, things like cycads. But now flowering plants, which are angiosperms, they have taken over. The majority of plants now are angiosperms. I'm pretty sure. I must just double check that, but I'm quite sure that that's true. And the evolution of flowering plants is so closely related to the development of insects. You know, plants have shaped their flowers in such strange ways to accommodate such specific species of insects, because one is dependent on the other. One is providing food for the insects, and the insects are providing an essential service of pollination. And it's one of the most closely intertwined evolutionary relationships on this planet. So pretty. Anyway, we are just, a couple meters from the jackal den. We did see them pop out a little bit, and then they ran back under the bushes. So we're going to keep sticking around in this area. Hopefully they'll pop out again, and then we can look at other little things as well. But we're going to send you over to Alex in Okokoyo and see what he can see at the waterhole.
Thanks, Trashala in Amakala, and apologies for my par earlier in terms of confusing you with Rolf. That was definitely a mistake. However, we are here with our giraffe, lots of sandgrass around as well. And while they are buzzing and fluttering about like this, I want to try and get a closer look at them, because they are right there at where the water is pumped out of. So fantastic to see that, because that is where the fresh water is. I'm hoping that we get them in frame. You can just hear that little chorus going on as well. It's quite cool to watch them move about like that. Just like synchronized flying. It does seem that they aren't willing to settle down. Our gemsbok though, joining us, as well as the springbuck. What's going on with these sandgrass is definitely quite fascinating. Quickly gathering water and then off again. And they are sometimes predated upon by the terrapin that are present in the dam. So perhaps that is why they're being so fleet. Again, I'm just going to zoom out. It does seem that they've kind of flown off. It looks like our giraffe is also pushing on out. And our gemsbok and kudu are here. So back to some wonderful sights and scenes of kudu. I always enjoy spending time with kudu bulls. They really are magnificent. One or two other gemsbok coming in, and a lot of other animals and animal life missioning around in the distance there. Lovely scenes playing out at the moment. These two bulls and the gemsbok. Two younger gemsbok there. Calves, it seems. Or older calves. Just juveniles. And springbok too. So no complaints. And we have 3 species with us as well. So lovely to see this going on. And it seems that it is now that time of the day where the springbok kind of take over. And they are the ever-present force for around 3 to 4 hours of the day before moving on. Now being joined by some zebra and some impala off in the distance coming to join us too. So a lot starting to happen and all the action starting to unfold. Fantastic to hear our European bee-eaters calling as well this morning. So lots going on. Lovely choruses as well to delve into and just enjoy too. So a lot going on. I just want to make sure we don't miss out on these impala coming to join us as well. And we will effectively then have 5 animals drinking simultaneously. So fantastic to be able to bring that. Jessica, yes, that would be fantastic if a secretary bird came to visit. They are rather nomadic. They do cover a decent amount of distance too, so we'd be lucky, but it would be fantastic if it did come to join us. It seems like the chorus of crows is now starting to join us as well. That chorus we hear throughout the course of mid-morning through to about mid-afternoon. And you can actually see the crows across there, as well as hearing them. So you'll be able to just see the murder of crows across away from us. So it seems like our gemsbok and zebra have also left the water's edge at the moment. Our black-faced impala and springbok are still around. It looks like we're going to be joined by wildebeest as well. I wonder how big this herd might be. Let's have a look across, because you generally see them in large numbers. Yep, there we go. Lots coming to join us now. We will get a closer look. Why not? Lovely to see the gnu. Awesome to see them in big numbers like this. So we are inundated with wildebeest right now, and you'll notice that they were obviously in single file on the way down. We still are waiting for this season's foals, but again, like the black impala up in this area, I'm sure we will only see them in around a month to 6 weeks time, because we can only expect the rain really to start happening from there up here. It does fall a little bit later, being further west and across further east of us. Contrary to popular belief, the wildebeest are in fact not swimming. They've just ventured a little further into the water than they normally do. But we will see the springbok and gemsbok scooting around towards the center of the dam at some point throughout the day. The wildebeest don't hang around for as long because they actually aren't as water dependent as some of the other animals that do frequent here. They can go up to around 2 days out having to drink because they will supplement that water intake in their diet, and they are even known for taking up little tubers and some of those melons as well. So in some of the drier areas where they occur, yeah, being quite dry, but in the Kalahari, for example, they are known for digging up melons and other tubers and that, such as the gemsbok do as well. So they are able to supplement that water and moisture intake with their diet as well. So they don't require as much water. But also, they are ruminants, so they can also extract further nutrients and the rest out of whatever they have taken as food. Unlike the hindgut fermenters like zebra, we have a far more rudimentary stomach system and digestive system really with that. Our wildebeest have left us now. It's really fantastic seeing them in big numbers like this. So it does look like we are in one of that kind of ebb and flow moment. I did describe it yesterday as kind of waiting for a new set of waves when you're surfing. And we're currently waiting for that new wave of animal to come down and drink. So I think while we do wait for that, let us flow over to Mshatu and have a look and see what's going on there. So we are just zooming around. There were a couple of elephants around again earlier. We've had lots of elephant action here. I am just having a scope to see what birds are with us at the moment. I did note the spurwing geese earlier. I just want to get a bit closer here. I clearly have a heron. I just want to be able to correctly ID which one. It might be a black-headed, but I just want to get a bit closer. And it is a black-headed heron, so lovely to see that. Again, we're here for a spot of birding, so let us just have a look, see what else is around. Yes, quite clearly, black-headed heron also noted, for anyone that wants to know any of the ID here, the black legs, as well as clearly that black head on it. So it can be confused sometimes with grey heron, but they are also a little bit smaller than grey herons as well. So nice to be able to see this, a new bird for the waterhole, at least for me here. We do get them up in Okakuyo too. That's a new one across here in Mashatu. But let's just have a look and see if our family of spurwing geese are around. There are currently 4 of them. It shouldn't be hard to find because the male will be up to around a meter in length. Very big waterfowl. The biggest duck or goose-like fowl that we get here in the southern hemisphere, or in Africa, in southern Africa. And they are here under the shade, capitalizing on that, but also feeding too. So primarily what they do take are little grass shoots, aquatic matter, and little bits of vegetation. So that is what their diet consists of. And you'll just be able to make them out through there. When they are in the sun, you'll see a green iridescence on those black parts on their wings. And in the males in particular, those red parts on the bill's shears as well. So quite a cool bird. They are fairly nomadic as well. They do travel quite far as well around. So you do see them in large numbers, sometimes on the high veld. And of course, obviously, when these pan systems and that do start to develop and the water and rain starts to fall in the rainy season, they do disperse a bit. Hence them being quite a bit more nomadic. But there are a lot of waterfowl that do exactly that as well. So the knob-billed ducks, which we hopefully will see here as well. White-backed ducks as well, pygmy geese. So it really does depend on water that's fallen in the areas and the pan systems that then become present. But the bushveld does deliver a lot of waterfowl gifts over this time. So you want to always keep an eye out when you do venture out and are on pan systems and such, keeping an eye on any of the little waterfowl that would now be present. Of course, we also have the dab chick here now, and it's also fantastic to see because we have also really only had our Egyptian geese for the last few months. So trying to keep tabs on where our geese family is now. That one gosling that did make it through, and they did seem to be present here. They were here the other day, so that's also just resting up in the shade. It's going to be getting rather humid here at the moment. Let's just have a look around here. So a bit of an algal bloom going on as well. But the water is fresh and not stagnant, so the animals will be here. Perhaps we will even spot one of the terrapins that are around. Just getting a bit stuck here. There we go, you can hear some of the Egyptian geese. And we're just going to have a little look again. Keep a little tab on where our spurwing geese are. But as all of you guys know, tomorrow is indeed Black Friday, and Wild Earth have a brand new range available at our online store called Animals Have Emotions Like Us. This range is in celebration of Animal Rights Day that takes place on the 10th of December. And Wild Earth thought that this range would be perfect to get in gear for the festive season, Animals are living beings, and us as humans need to empathize with them like we do with each other. So for Black Friday tomorrow, Wild Earth is offering a 50% discount on the specific range. So do make sure that you gear up for the festive season, and of course show your empathy towards wildlife and animals. Looks like we're joined by another heron here. I'm going to just come in because being a bit further away sometimes hard to get proper IDs initially. I do think it's another black-headed. Indeed, another black-headed, a juvenile it seems. Just a normal black-headed it seems, but again, black legs being a key indication and identifying point on a black-headed heron as opposed to grey heron.
Dark mane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp. This limp stems from an injury to his right leg he sustained while taking down a buffalo with the Nkuhuma Pride.
It does indeed. The Wimplin's Kingfisher Savvy does have a fantastic call. Definitely one that resonates with the festive season, at least here. They do occur at this time of the year. Lovely to hear it. Yeah, if you are in the bush and they do start calling at 4 odd in the morning, they can be rather intrusive at times too. Little dab chick scooting around as well. But yeah, I personally love hearing Woodland's Kingfishers. I do know of some others though that would prefer they didn't start chirping as early as they do sometimes, but for me, a lovely call. just seen two of them scoot across the water's edge there. And if we do stay fixed like we are right now, there are very high chances that we'll even see some of the swallows, the little swifts, coming through and taking water off the tip of the surface, or just the top of the surface really. There we go, there's one. Obviously it's quite hard to identify them at the moment, just with how small they are and of course how fast they do come in and do that. But there are a number of them that do occur in the area. So we are going to stick here and continue with the spot of birding, and this time I am correct in saying that we are off to go and see Ralph in Kariega and see what he's getting up to.
Well, as always, I'm sitting near to the Scotia Dam and seeing what comes and visits. What's coming through right now is quite a lot of gusty wind, while these nyala, as well as the ostrich, are just walking through, grazing as they go, feeding along. And the light just changing minute by minute. There's quite a few big clouds forming now, but there is the odd light poking through that we see there. I haven't seen the little baby zebra again. This morning, I saw it yesterday afternoon. It was doing well. Should be some more around in the next couple of days. I think these were the same two nyala that we were watching earlier. They look like they might be making their way down to the waterhole. There's that ostrich now. Looks like it's going to wander off. And have a look at that harem of zebra. I think it's the stallion on the left. It looks like a very good looking male, that. He's got his tail, so it's not Stompy. The light just shining right on them now. They also might be making their way down towards the waterhole. Go for a little drink, maybe feed in the area and just next to the waterhole too. They seem to like it there. Ah, Mandy, yes, the question that is not easy to answer. Now, some guys have some trick that they have with the stripes on their legs and how they join the stripes on their body. I really have never been able to work that one out. For me, I've never been able to tell between male and female zebra, other than just looking at them, watching, seeing how big they are. You see that one on the right? Now, they're all bunched up. So for me, those are all females, and that there being the stallion. But other than that, it's just looking at the obvious part, which you can see there, hanging just in front of his back leg. So that's the way to tell a male. And the females, it's just looking for the obvious parts. That's the only way I have ever been able to tell male and female zebra. And looking at their behavior, the males, the stallions, especially when they're adults, they will separate themselves a little bit like that sometimes, and you'll see when they do go into the group, they are a little bit pushy and shovey. They're sort of like the chief of the harem. That's the whole idea. And so more so on their behavior, but other than that, yeah. If you know of any other ways, anybody, you're welcome to tell me, but it is very subtle, the differences. Because if you look at him, bar the obvious part, he's pretty much exactly the same. You can see he's a little bit bigger in the shoulders, and that's probably due to him, having a bit of testosterone and also fighting with other males more. But otherwise, no easy way to tell between male and female zebra. So in that sense, you would say that there is no sexual dimorphism. And when there is sexual dimorphism, it's a very clear and obvious difference between male and females. Like the Nyala that we were watching earlier, very easy to tell, they are completely different. But with zebra looking pretty much exactly the same. The guys that have told me that there are these striped differences between male and female are the same people that tell me that zebra can't roll over fully when they dust bath, which is a fallacy, because I've seen them rolling over plenty, and I've watched them here. I think I actually even got it on film as well. They can roll over completely, and there was some kind of theory as to why they can't roll over. So a little bit of conspiracy theories, I think. We see those kudu there in the background too. A very, very good looking antelope. As the zebra make their way down towards the water. Beautiful female. So as well with the kudus, nice sexual dimorphism. Females don't have horns, males do. Simple. Very easy to tell them apart. Then if you look at blue wildebeest, not so easy to tell them apart either. So you wouldn't say that they have real sexual dimorphism. Both male and female have horns. Let's go across there. There are a few other animals. There's some impala. And impala too. Obviously, males also have horns, females don't. So nice, easy sexual dimorphism. Yeah, it looks like the zebra are indeed making their way down to the water. So let's just go and have a look. Beautiful Scotia Dam. warthog. If that warthog's been in the water. Is Nyala coming down, or is he still going to go down? Grabbing a drink. The animals do also get a bit nervous when you have this gusty wind. So it can disturb them, especially when they go down to drink and then suddenly there's a gust. It does give them a bit of a fright. And of course, if there's other animals near to them when they're drinking and one gets a fright, they all pretty much react to that one. Sometimes you can have whole herds of animals that will be pushed off from the waterhole purely because one got a fright for no particular reason, but they all react to that, and it does keep them sort of on their toes, and it's worth your while being on your toes if there's predators around. They're feeding in there on the grass, just growing on the edge of the water. Very lush. I've seen the zebra feeding there too. Loving it. Like the zebra going in just behind a little island. And then there are some blesbok just over there. Shame, and you can see them just sort of hanging their heads. That's as a result of all those flies. It's gotten worse and worse. Obviously in winter, not so many flies. They don't really do it as much. It's more of a summertime thing, especially after nice rains and lots of sun post the rain. And then you do have quite an outbreak of flies. It's generally when they come out. The hotter it is, the more there are. Nice for them too when the wind blows a bit. At least it keeps the flies a little bit at bay. Southern boo-boo calling off in the thickets. Somber green bull. Looks like they all want to come down to that spot where the warthog was grazing. And there's our female Linyalas with their disruptive markings, those white stripes, very similar to the female kudu. They're all going in now behind that thicket. It looks like there's a nice big bull Linyala. He's feeding now just close onto those blue plumbago flowers. Lots of the animals do like feeding on that, including the elephants, the zebra, not the zebra, the giraffe, sorry, and I've seen Nyala also feeding on it, impala. Jenny, of the year, favorite sighting. I think it probably has to be between the elephants and the rhinos. But having said that, I got to spend a lot of time with a caracal kitten on Amakhala. And BK and myself, my camera operator, we went back 3 days in a row and we saw this little kitten hunting in and around this one of the access roads, and he was there every day for 3 days, and we got to spend about 3 hours with him each day. It was incredible. I've only had fleeting sightings of caracal, so that one's got to be up there, definitely. Watching the giraffe give birth while the cheetah were circling around it, that was also pretty special. Here on Kariega, it's obviously spending time with these rhino is just spectacular as well. So I don't know, I can't pick between them. The elephant sightings that I've had here and on Amakhala, it's something special with these Eastern Cape elephants. They just I don't know if it's what they eat or if it's just something in the water. We do find it a lot here in the Eastern Cape. Things do happen a bit slower than in the rest of the country, and I think the elephants are no different. So relaxed, so chilled, and yeah, I just think that these elephants are quite special in their temperament. Even if they're fully in must, they are so chilled out, and I've got no problems in allowing them to coming right up to me. I wouldn't potentially let them do that if I had guests with me. Just because you don't know what people are also going to do that might surprise the elephant, and you might have a sort of an aggressive response because they come right into the vehicle, putting their tusks and trunks into the into the back. So I potentially wouldn't let them do that with guests sitting in the back. But with just myself and the camera operator, with BK, and as well as with Morgan, when they come in the back like that, I know that it's just the two of us and it's easily handled. But they're just really curious and just want to, almost get to know you. It's crazy, but very enjoyable. And the same here on Kariega. I've had the same on the western side when I've been with them. And I have seen my friend that I had a standoff with on foot a few years ago, and I'm pretty sure that he recognized me because he ignored me once again. So yeah, that was also nice to come back and see him, and I'm sure I'm going to spend a lot more time with him, hopefully, if he doesn't keep ignoring me after the altercation we had when I had to have some words with him because he thought about sort of coming at us because we came within 5 meters of him, surprised each other. So it wasn't his fault, and it wasn't my fault either. It was just one of those moments that happened, Luckily, nobody got hurt, including the elephant. That's very important that I allowed him and respected him, that he could have the choice of either engaging with us or just having a conversation and then walking off, and he chose the latter, so that was a good outcome. And yeah, there was an amazing experience had by all, but it was nice also just to I suppose demonstrate to the students that I had of even being in a close encounter with elephants on foot. You just got to keep your nerve and remember that the animal is intelligent and they are reasonable, and you can reason with them. And that's exactly what I did, and he was wonderful. So yeah, elephants have got a special place with me. Love spending time with them, love spending time with these rhino and all these plains game. It's just incredible. I mean, every day there's so many animals here. I'm just hoping that we get to see lots of the new little babies in the next few days. Speaking of little babies, it's these impala in the background that also are potentially, there's a lot of males there. I'm sure there's some females in the background. No, it's mainly males with those kudu. There's a waterbuck on the left. But yeah, as you can see, rather windy. Now it's very gusty. Looks like the zebra have drunk their fill. Feed on the island. No, they're on the other side. I thought they were on top. And that male's really keeping that harem in close check. Going past that beautiful bourbon tree. And the clouds seem to be building. It's not forecast for rain, but cheap as it does look like it wants to. So Kelly, it depends. It depends on how sort of bad the rain is. Sometimes they'll go into the thickets, and there is quite a bit of shelter to be had here, especially in this Eastern Cape vegetation and the thickets. Quite a good cover from the canopy. It's not a very high canopy. It's more bushy type vegetation. We don't really get big trees here, but in those thickets you find a lot of hollowed out sort of caves almost within the bushes themselves, and it's made by the animals. So they do go up into those, especially when it's cold, wind, rain. So yeah, they do in a way, but you'll also find a lot of the animals just standing and waiting it out here in the open, including the blesbok, and sometimes zebra, even the rhinos. It depends. If they're really uncomfortable, then they will go and try and just escape it a bit in the thickets itself. But yeah, that's the best that they can do, and sometimes they use it, sometimes they don't. I've seen it also in big storms here, lots of rain, and they all just stand out in the open. But they do sort of have this kind of look to them when it's raining. They sort of stand around like that, like these blesbok, and they do look quite miserable. So I don't think they really enjoy it, but they don't really do much except that. That's the typical stormy weather stance for the animals. Although they're not doing that now for that, it's mainly for the flies. Yeah, and that goes the same for all the animals. You very often have the lions or whatever else. They just lie under a tree. It's pretty much all they can do.
Dark Mane, our brave Avoca male that captured our hearts, with a voice that boomed across the Sabi sands, has now finally found rest. Join Tess and Tristan on the 26th of November for an AMA in honor of his roaring legacy as a son, brother, father, and as a fighter with a courageous spirit and strong heart that saw him through till the very end. Come with your questions ready.
So yeah, heading into December, holiday season, Wali's will be pulling into this part of the country, and that includes everybody that lives in Johannesburg. We call them Wali's. There are also a lot of people that do come up from places like Cape Town, and because of where we're situated, we also get a lot of people from the Free State, previously the Orange Free State, coming down for holiday here in the Eastern Cape. Everybody wants to go to the beach, and it's generally when all the locals here go inland because of the amount of people that come down here, and suddenly we have traffic jams and you can't find parking, and you wouldn't believe it, the prices go up in all of these supermarkets. So lots of people rent out their houses and they go inland where it's very quiet, and go and enjoy themselves there, and then return after predominantly the Wali's and the Free Staters and the Kaapstadians have all left. But yeah, there's just a vehicle coming, so let's just go up and have a look over there in the lovely thickets and to where the main lodge is. There it is there, with a lovely view over where we are. I've actually put a nice photo on social media showing, you can see from the deck at the main lodge, you can see the Scotia Dam, you can see Kenton-on-Sea, the little town that the Kariega River runs to, you can see the winding Kariega River, as well as the ocean. It's a beautiful viewpoint from the main lodge itself. So yeah, it's very good for the region though, when we do have all the holiday makers coming down. With a lot of these coastal towns that do sort of rely on the seasons of influx of tourists. So a place like Kariega Game Reserve does attract South Africans, but it also attracts international travelers. So they sort of get both, but a lot of the towns actually rely on those South African visitors coming from the big towns. So although some of us might moan about the influx of people and we can't get parking at the beach and so on, a lot of people rely on that because they bring their money with them. So very good for the towns, so we should not complain. But it is funny to see, you can always see the guys that are not locals, always super sunburnt, and normally riding on the back of bakkies with their couches and so on. Some strange antics get going over the December months. And they do have the Amanzi Festival at Port Alfred, which is there's the World Surf League surfing competition, which includes international surfers. Kelly Slater often comes through, and with us having Jeffreys Bay not far from us, probably the best right-hand point break in the world, it does attract a lot of people to Jeffreys Bay, obviously, but a lot of the guys, the professional surfers, they like to come through to Port Alfred to get away from the crowds at Jeffreys Bay. And then there's also the boat races, or it's what are those boats called? I think they're not K1, but it's sculling, the sculling boats, where you have, I think it's 10-12 man teams, and then there's also 1 and 2, very famous part of the circuit where they race here in Port Alfred on the Cowie River. They also have Rubber Duck Championship, and also the bodyboarding South African champs on the West Pier. there's lots of activities and festivities over the Christmas period, and we're just going to be heading into that now. Sandcastle building competitions. Wow, you see some very artistic buildings of the sand. It's incredible. Guys take it serious now. We used to just have a bucket and a spade, but and building sort of really basic little things, but these guys, they get into real, it's like sculptures, till the tide comes in and washes it all away. And of course, over this period, the National Sea Rescue Institute is also kept very busy. A lot of people swim where there's rip currents. A lot of guys go out on their deep sea boats when it's not right to do so, or they're not experienced enough to do beach or river launches. So the NSRI kept extremely busy rescuing all these different people, whether they were bathers or boaters or surfers that are trying to surf but have never done so and get caught in the rip. But I suppose it's all in the name of fun and Christmas holidays. See, and that's the difference. If you're South African, Christmas for us is getting sunburnt, the smell of sunscreen, watermelon, relaxing by the pool, hitting the beach, and yeah, so it's for me that's what Christmas is. And if you're South African, that's what it means to be outdoors, enjoying the sun. Maybe going fishing, surfing, or just enjoying the beach, playing frisbee, or those funny tennis bat things that people do. I'm not a fan of that. Frisbee's a good one. Hacky sack. And Christmas lunch for us has always been roast beef and gammon, cold gammon, smoked gammon. But if you're from the northern hemisphere, obviously that's all down to snow. It's cold and you go inside and you enjoy hot meals, and it's all the lights and so on, because it's probably dark at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and remains dark till about 9 o'clock in the morning. So very, very different to us in our Christmas period. We have the longest days and the hottest days as well. So, and here at Kariega, it's normally the second week in December that it is normally chock-a-block from then on. There are a lot of South Africans, but there are also some international travelers. But I suppose at this period it's probably the biggest influx of South Africans during the summer holidays. Well, speaking of weather, it's these clouds are sort of closing in a bit and the wind's picking up, but I'm just hoping it doesn't rain and force me back up to the lodge. Anyway, while I sit and see and hope that the rain doesn't come, let's head you off to Djuma, where I'm pretty sure there's none.
Is back here from yesterday too. A white-bellied sunbird in the background, and we are also just watching some rumination and the oxpeckers grooming through these young rams. So it's really quite cool watching them when they do go about. They are quite hot too, so you will see them kind of getting their goulash flap on as well, and panting to cool down. But it definitely is rather warm across there. I'm having a good dig in that one's ear. How long this will persist, you just have to gauge it, because impala do get rather irritated at times with them. And one thing we did notice yesterday was they definitely don't like having the oxpeckers on their legs. See, a lot more nerves and closer nerves to the surface really, with it being quite thin. You can even just pick up just when the oxpeckers are around, you can see them panting. So the one on the ground there now, that is in closest view. After it kind of feeds and grooms through. Here we go. That impala not having much to say or want to do with any of these oxpeckers at the moment. But check it out, pants. So clearly quite warm. Again, also always fascinating watching them groom through the coats of the animals that they are on top of. You can just see that other one there as well doing that. So combing through the coat, looking for any of those ectoparasites. And of course, almost fulfilling the impala barber job at the moment. Hi Craig, yes they do, and the specialized teeth act as a comb, so they kind of also comb through their coats, much like how these oxpeckers are doing it right now. That's also always why impala look so well kept, so you generally will be able to tell if an impala is in bad condition because their coat would look rather tatty, pretty much matted up, perhaps a sign of mange, but also just bad body condition as well. So because of those specialized teeth that they do use then to groom through those coats of theirs, they always do look rather impressive. I'm just getting a fright with the oxpecker going on and combing through here. But indeed, so you'll always see, or you generally always see impala with very good looking coats and always in immaculate condition, and those that aren't definitely indicating that the impala is in a non-healthy way, more than likely not enjoying life. So they are the most successful of the antelope here on the continent, and that is to do with a number of reasons, also coming down to their diet, being browsers and grazers, but also the way that they breed, obviously trying to drop all their lambs at the same time, and lamb dropping can be seasonal, so obviously where rain does fall at different times of the year, that obviously then alludes to the dropping of the lambs either happening earlier or later. So for example, the black-faced impala that we do see up in Etosha are yet to drop lambs because it is yet to start raining there. But yes, it is also noted that there can sometimes be a second rut that does go down, and it is also not unheard of at times of plenty for there to be second lambs being dropped perhaps around April or so. But where impala are farmed in regards to recessive genes, so more than likely black impala or saddleback, any of the other recessive genes that are found when they are on those game farms, they do breed more than once a year, and that's also to do with the amount of food that they do get and the system that is obviously run then. So they can actually lamb then around twice a year, and they definitely do. I've seen it occurring. But in the wild, at least, it is, and it has been documented that lambs can also be dropped around April as well. You can hear our grey-headed bushshrike again in the distance, as well as the Birchhill starlings that are around too. A little bit of rumination going on here at the moment. Hi Francis. So they are performing quite a crucial role for the impala in regards to taking out and helping maintain their coats and clean out any ectoparasites or little ticks. But yes, they do irritate the impalas at times. They do also get on the nerves of other animals that they are present on. But there's definitely a good relationship between all of them. But like with all relationships, I suppose, you can get irritated, specifically if you have a bird going into your ear and picking about in it. So they do get a bit frustrated here and there. It does seem the wind is building up a little bit. Puffback calling in the distance as well. Maybe quite a bit going on. I'm just going to zoom out though. Impala seems to be kind of focused down there. I just want to see if anyone else is around. There was some zebra earlier. Perhaps we might even see waterbuck or inyala. So let's just have a little zoom around and we'll come and join our impala again momentarily. I think that is the hippo as well. So Dewey also present. Let's just have a look and confirmation. Nope, that I don't think is the hippo at the moment. So let's just make sure. It seems that is just a little bank that's starting to develop. We'll keep a tab on him though, because he was here yesterday. He might have moved on during the night. And also just see if there are any water birds that might have joined us as well. There's an impala bull. Lovely to see him, although I do think it'll be rather brief. Probably going to go and head off into thicker vegetation there. Just want to see if it's the bull that has the growth on it. He's on the left hand side, so I can't see it currently, so we'll keep scanning. We do know where he went off to. You're able to also just pick up on the audio of a black-headed oriole too. And also an orange-breasted bushrike. So 2 bushrikes calling as well as a black-headed oriole as well. Let's just spend some time with our Inyala. I don't think it'll be hanging around for too long. Perhaps already gone off into the thicket there already. Looks like it has. I'm sure we will probably get some more visual of one of those Inyala later on. Hi, Justin. So, some of the small antelopes, so the Steenbok, for example, is monogamous. However, if male is killed, or if a female is killed, they will sometimes take on another partner. But generally, we find antelope to be in herds or harems. And that means that a lot of the mating in that is dictated through is then done off a hierarchical basis throughout the males, and dominance that is then established in the different rutting seasons or periods that they do occur in. So almost polygamous then. But yeah, those mating rights do change obviously year through year. Dominance either improves or wanes as the animals grow older. The rams at least, or bulls. Let's just have an enjoyable moment here with our impala. Looks like these two are gonna buck horns. Or maybe even just practice some aloe grooming. So let's just see what goes on with them. Yeah, rather peaceful signs here at the moment. So no complaints. Quite cool just listening to that little ghost bird. The grey-headed bushshrike. So awesome just picking up on the different audio that is around. Obviously different locations, different birds that are also prevalent in the different locations too. So nice for us just to take the audio in. You can also just hear that hum of the cicadas in the area as well. You definitely know the day is starting to get very hot when the cicadas start to take over the audio. And also rather devastating if you're ever on the back of a vehicle and a cicada decides to fly through. One of my friends, when we were studying, one was actually doing our level 1s, it was in Mashatu, and the cicadas there get impressively big. And they do fly at quite some pace as well. And sitting on the back of the vehicle, I did hear this little scream go off, and he had been struck right in the eye with one that was on its own trajectory throughout the Mopani, and both him and the cicada were squealing. And fortunately he maintained his eyesight, but definitely found it a bit tough afterwards to see through it for a couple of hours. So they are rather big and they fly at rather fast speed, and it is advisable just to shield your eyes, in particular in summer, or even just have glasses on or such when you are flying through the areas where they are prevalent, because getting one to the eye is really not fun. There's an African cuckoo calling there too. How's it, Hammond? Sure, I suppose blister beetles are never fun. And actually one way to actually counteract a blister beetle, if you ever do have one land on yourself is you use prep shaving cream somehow, and weirdly enough, it actually takes that burn off very fast, actually in a matter of seconds. So as quick as that blister beetle does actually burn you, prep shaving cream actually does remove that burn rather quickly, and it also helps actually not develop such a blister. But possibly the worst insect experience I've had, and it's probably the scariest I've ever been in the bush, was doing level 1 in Pafuri, being very far away from any form of clinic or the such, and I happened to have a bee fly up my pants. I wasn't wearing any underpants, and that bee gave me the fright of my life. And yeah, needless to say, I eventually did get it out of my pants, but I was shocked and very much traumatized for quite some time after that. But probably the scariest I've ever been in the bush as well was in that moment, and my worst insect experience. But I also I was young and was in this area here, or a little bit further south in the Sabi Sands, but played with a cocoon of some sort, of some moth, and opened it up, and there was some acid that was then secreted onto my hand, and I had these horrible little blisters on my fingers for about 2 months after that. And I can assure you that playing rugby after that with blisters all over your fingers isn't the funnest thing on earth. It was actually over a half term, so I headed back to school and had to play rugby with that, and it took some time for these little blisters to then to disappear. So those are probably the top 3 worst encounters with insects, at least for myself.
Here at Wild Earth, we strive to show you that animals have emotions like humans do. And this festive season, we are celebrating their sentience with our new Animals Have Emotions range. Help us bring awareness to animals this Christmas with our new designs that launch on Black Friday at a discounted price. Because empathy for animals is the key in the conservation mission. Head to the Wild Earth shop to find out more.
It does sound like that lilac-breasted roller is around as well. I'm just trying to keep almost an ear on the ground, if you want to call it that, or ear to the audio. Make sure we don't miss out on anything that could be flying around. So it does seem like quite relaxed scenes over here. So let us just have one last listen to what else might be going on. I was hoping that perhaps the Ellies might join us again. We did save our bacon yesterday and come through and swim. And with it being so hot, it possibly is on the cards for some point today. But we'll just listen to hear if we can't hear any other bird that is in the area, and perhaps head on somewhere else. So it seems like our impala are quite content here in the shade, but let's go and see if anyone else is content under the camel thorn in Okakuyo. So you'll just be able to hear those morning doves in the background, and of course see this armory almost of gemsbok that are here. Those horns really are quite imposing. But, a lovely sight. They are really impressive antelope. And very interesting to see. This one that is closest to us really does look rather impressive. Quite a bit going on. Looks like some more zebra in the distance there. I do think we are going to have a number of different animals around us in a second or so. I do just want to check under the tree, as I mentioned, because the springbok have been taking full advantage of the shade there over the last few days as well. It doesn't look like it's hot enough just yet, but the springbok numbers aren't at their highest, so we will keep tabs. Let us just hang here, enjoy the gemsbok that have eventually waded into the water. We were hoping for this earlier. I'm sure they'll hang around for a little bit longer anyway. So always special spending time with our gemsbok when they are around like this. And a couple of zebra coming through, so we're just going to sit here and enjoy the signs, sounds and scenes of Okakuyo. crows, these mourning doves, zebra, gemsbok, springbok that are with us right now, really delivering a scene, great audio and great visuals. Hi Jessica. So that obviously would disturb the silt and that is on the bottom of these waterholes, and it kind of does happen naturally with regard to these gemsbok and the springbok that do come through, as well as the black rhino that we saw earlier, and of course the elephant that come right in, splash, wade, swim. So they kind of do their own churning really throughout the course of the day. But I mean, it does happen, and it is a thing where dams and that are dredged, and perhaps that is also just to make sure that algal blooms maybe are kept under control. It would depend on the dam and the area and what animals had been present. So those algal blooms, when they do take out the oxygen in the water, obviously make water sources stagnant and unviable. But also with regards to overpopulation of hippo, and this has happened in the Kruger, with them defecating in the water. There were algal blooms of an algae called blue algae, and that blue algae was actually detrimental and poisonous to animals, and actually led to a number of deaths because of that. Because that blue algae had been imbibed, and it wasn't very good for a number of antelope and other animals as well. So it did cause a lot of complications, and in fact after that was a hippo cull that took place, although culling doesn't necessarily help too much because animals kind of continue, and it's actually natural selection that plays the best role in regulation of any of the ecosystems or habitat that animals and even humans, of course us being part of that, occur. So natural selection is really where we need to head to. So that is the self-regulation of systems. Really just enjoyable scenes, watching everything kind of come in and out of frame, and it's fantastic when we do have the action like this, because we do just get to immerse ourselves. Second batch of gemsbok coming through and down into the water. Again, just going to sit back and enjoy the scenes. So just enjoying this phalanx of Gemsbok that has joined us. And our springbok coming in and out of frame, as well as the zebra leaving. But it's fantastic when our Gemsbok are like this and enjoying the water. So it's always cool just to sit back, listen to any of the bird life, and enjoy these scenes. So our immersion continues, and I'm just going to zoom out anyway and just have a look at, oh geez, it looks like we actually have some eland coming through, and this is the first time I've had eland here, and it is some eland, so fantastic, really cool. Not too sure if anyone else has had eland yet on Dam Cam here in Okakuyo, but truthfully a reward indeed. Patience does pay off, along with immersions. So really fantastic. Lovely to see them up here. I've known that they are in the area, but just been wondering when we would catch a glimpse. It does look like cows at the moment. I'll get a closer look at them once they do get to the water itself. They are kind of just, I suppose, scattering out here. It's quite interesting, but really fantastic. Awesome to have a new antelope here with us. And you can see how long those horns do get on the cows as well. They're rather formidable and longer than the bulls. Bulls having far stockier and shorter horns. Like Africa's biggest antelope, these ones being the common or Cape eland, and you actually get the Lord Derby's giant eland, which is up in West Africa. So that is actually, in fact, the largest antelope is the giant or Derby's, Lord Derby's eland. So the second biggest, but obviously eland in itself being the largest. So really cool to see. Fantastic. And these definitely are cows. There's actually a young bull in here as well. That's really over the moon that this is the case. You do also get the Livingstons as well, which actually has the stripe. So a number of stripes on their coat as well. You do see them up in northern Kruger. But really fantastic. Love Eland. They really are so cool. And when they do walk, of course they're a bit too far away from us now at the moment, but when they do walk, when you are sitting with them relatively close in the bush or in an area where they are occurring, you actually hear them with a click. And actually they hooves, so as they walk and they move up, their hooves kind of click together again afterwards. And their ankle joints. So you do hear that, and it's actually quite fascinating when you are spending time with Eland. And they do walk off, and you do hear these little clicks going off as they walk on off into other areas. They can be quite skittish at times. It does depend on the area where you find them. But they really are impressive. And actually known to be one of the only antelopes to be domesticated, and there actually was a herd in Zimbabwe just before all the turmoil that went on there, and there was a farmer down in the Saar Valley that managed to actually domesticate a herd of eland, both for its milk and for meat purposes, because there was effectively 70% more meat than that would be found on a buffalo carcass on an eland. So obviously the big bulls get up to about a ton, and their milk is really nutritional as well. So there was someone that was looking at actually doing that, and there have actually been other experiments in trying to domesticate eland since then, also because they are a little bit slower than the others. Obviously they can jump really high, Kudu being able to jump a little bit higher than them, and perhaps the second highest jumping antelope, but with a size to weight ratio, probably the highest jumping antelope in the world. You also get them throughout the Drakensberg and throughout those mountain ranges too. So they do occur in very wide, they do have a very wide distribution throughout Africa too. So highly adaptable as well. Lovely to be able to see them here with us. You are so true, Becca. They really are special. So it's fantastic to see them. And as I was saying, so they can jump at around 2.5 meters in a standing start. So really, really high. They're known to clear game fences in certain areas. But yeah, as I said, they're not the fastest of antelope, also because they are the biggest. So part of the Bovidae family. And they are Toro tragus oryx. That's their scientific name. Very cool scientific name, one of the nice ones. Really special. So, clearly quite thirsty. I'm so happy that we got to see them today. Lovely to always see a different species down here. It's unfortunate that they are leaving. I'm going to try and just keep tabs on which direction they head off to. We really have had a special day so far. Eland and black rhino. Pretty much unheard of, but fantastic. So eland being rather sacred antelope here in Africa. Very sacred amongst the San peoples, both in terms of spirituality and also just in terms of the food resource as well. So a number of cave paintings and depictions of them, and they really were highly revered. Well, actually, they are already highly revered. And you again will hear that acacia pied barber too, but lovely to be able to see these elands. I'm just going to try and keep them in frame for as long as possible. Let's see what goes on. Couple of those Gemsbok knocking horns around. It does look like the Springbok are taking over. And clearly our eland are off into the Mapani thicket, using that very well worn game path that does lead down to here, but really fantastic to see them. I'm so happy that that did happen today. Been waiting to see one of these guys down here. Kudu as well, just to the left of that first tree over here, a little clump of trees, bush. Yes, we also have a zebra. Gemsbok and Springbok with our eland slowly pushing off. Just going to zoom back out again, make sure we haven't missed anyone else that might be approaching. It was fantastic to see our eland. I do just want to have a look under the tree over here in the shade. Doesn't look like the Springbok have started congregating under there yet, so time for us just to chill. Watch what goes on here towards the right of us. You just see those eland moving off again into the distance there too. So we are in one of those transition periods, kind of watching animals move off and new animals coming down to join us here at the waterhole. And while we do wait for that, please do remind yourselves, or let me remind you at least, that it is an immersive experience. It is your journey into the African wilderness, your safari with us. So send through any of your questions, your comments, points of interest. You want us to further any topic that we might be chatting about, or if there is any story you'd like us to allude to as well, please do send through that, and we will happily get back to you. But we love interacting with you guys anyway, so make sure that you do send through those questions or comments, or any of the other things I've just touched base on, and we'll make sure to give you the best possible answers as we can. And we do have some kudu coming to join us, and one or two rather pregnant-looking springbok ewes around the waterhole at the moment. So quite a cool scene developing here anyway.
This is what I love about lionesses.
So our kudu are eventually getting down to the water. It'll take a little bit of time, but no complaints. We're not really on a stop clock either. one or two being quite jittery on their way down. But we're going to take a closer look. Hi Craig, so both kudu and eland can jump really high, and they're probably the highest jumping antelope, at least down here. And an eland can reach heights of around 2.5 meters. The kudu a little bit higher than that, being a little bit lighter on their feet. But they both are very well renowned for being able to jump and even clear game fences, and even in rural areas where kudu are found, sometimes even clearing the bonnets of cars at night. They're also being rather hazardous as well to any drivers at night as well. So a number of accidents are also caused with kudu at night too. Lovely having these regal kudu with us, a kempsbok as well, and our springbuck. So lots going on. It's really been a very busy morning and day. Now obviously into midday here in South Africa. But really fantastic. And these kudu are really spending the most time with us. They're generally quite quick at the water and back off into the thickets. But, as I say that seems to be the case. Maybe one or two will hang around for a little longer, and then I think make their way back into those Mopani thickets. One last kudu here, so we're just going to zoom out. Let's just have a look and see who else might be planning on coming down for a drink. A bit rather far there, however, let's have a look here. It doesn't seem like our springbok are interested in hiding underneath the camel thorn at the moment. So let's just spend some time again just here, and anyone that does start to congregate and come down, we'll make sure to spend some time with them. So it has been rather fantastic across here in Okakuyo. Lovely to see those eland. But it's time for us to go and check in with Rolf in Curacao.
Well, some of the animals have started to come across here onto my side of the plain, and I have this beautiful looking male ostrich, and there he's passing the mud wallow, which is dried up a little bit, hoping for some rain soon. It'll follow, and the rhinos, but he's on a bit of a route march. I'm going to let him go, and I want to have a look at the female that he was standing with. She's also making her way on over this way, but she's just feeding slowly as she goes. She's picked up a bit of speed now. She's walking with the wind. They seem to be a bit of a couple, these two. Making their way slowly towards the Scotia Dam. Tail hanging down where the male's was sort of raised. So it's just mainly the ostriches that have come across. Still pretty quiet with the rest of the animals. The wind's picking up as well. Let's see if I can get a nice photo of her. Like feeding on some grass. So Nadia, they can raise chicks at different times of the year, but the sort of peak breeding season is now. It's around October, November is the peak normally, but they can have out of that as well. Generally it's around this period because that is the sort of cycle of when the rains would come. Now here it's a little bit different because we have all year rainfall, so we just have periods of higher or lesser rainfall, whereas other areas and the likes of where they are more naturally occurring, such as in the Kalahari and in the Namib Desert, the small rains sort of start around this period, so that's not a problem for them. Sometimes it doesn't rain at all now. It's more so the big rains January, February, March. But the chicks then would have been big enough and gotten big enough that when the rain does come in those parts where they traditionally occur, they'll be able to survive those wet periods very easily. Whereas here, that's why they struggle. Because of this real wet periods, and I'm pretty certain that I saw 2 chicks and I haven't seen them again, and I think they must have perished with us having, it was pretty much 3 days of heavy rain, lots of wind, it was cold, and I'm pretty sure they didn't make it. And they hatched just before that happened, so it was probably just bad timing. But if they sort of get a month in or so without any rain, then they would be able to survive, but not when they just hatched. Seemed like she bit off something a bit bigger there. She's still feeding now. So yeah, an animal that really doesn't like to be wet is an ostrich, especially the little chicks. It's about a 40-45 day incubation period, so it's not extremely long. And where they occur in the Kalahari and the Namib, very often as well, the incubation, they just sort of they can leave the nest exposed to the sun. Sometimes they may sit on it to actually stop them getting too hot, and they will rotate the eggs within the nest, just so that they don't cook on one side. And also the ones that are laid last will be on the outer edge, and they keep on rotating towards the inner areas, so that they have the chicks that hatch at the same time, but they won't be laid at the same time, so they do sort of move them around, and then it lands up that they almost hatch simultaneously or reasonably close together. She's just feeding on some of that grass in the middle manaki, as we call it, the sort of patch in the middle of the road, just in the middle of the 2 tracks. Some nice grass there, new growth. Is it grass, or is she feeding on some dung? They sometimes do that as well. You can feed on dung. They can sometimes eat insects as well. They just purely eat whatever they come across. So they can be a little bit omnivorous sometimes. If there's a little dung beetle or anything there that they come across, they'll eat that. So, and you can see with the females, obviously, they don't have those lovely pink shins that you get on the males when they go into breeding plumage. And she's just got the normal brown. I say shins, but it's actually part of the foot, right up until that first joint. They're walking on the toes. So yesterday, when it was very hot as well, we saw a lot of the ostriches just with their mouths open, and obviously that's just helping to keep them a bit cool. We did see the cormorant exhibiting the gular flapping in the water, well, next to the water. It's a very efficient way for birds to thermoregulate as opposed to panting that you find with mammals. It's actually more efficient. I'm being sneezed at by the local territorial Blesbok ram. I think he's just woken up that I'm here. So Jen, I'm trying to think of, no, not all animals have eyelashes. If you look at the reptiles and quite a lot of the birds, they don't have eyelashes. So it's mainly the mammals. You see ostriches do. Giraffe have got probably the best in the business. But yeah, reptiles don't. So the snakes, the tortoises, the lizards, crocodiles, they don't. And all your water birds, they don't. All your raptors, they don't. I'm trying to think which other birds do have. I think it's ostriches. I would say maybe secretary birds. I think they've also got eyelashes. Yeah, but the rest has just got eyelids, but no lashes. Well, that's an interesting question. Yeah, I haven't thought about that, but now that I am, I'm just imagining the different animals, and yeah, I think it's only ostriches and secretary birds. I can't think of any others, bird-wise, that have lashes. Anyway, if I think of any more, I'll tell you. So, I wonder if Kori bustards do, because I'm just thinking ostriches are quite, well, they are very well adapted to dry conditions. So are secretary birds. They're also reasonably an arid adapted bird species. I'm wondering if it's something to do with the dust that they may get in those parts. So I'm wondering about a Kori bustard, if they've got eyelashes. I'd have to have a look. And then that would go into some of like the Korans, the Rupels, Stanleys, and the other bustards, the Denham's bustard. Be interesting to look into those and see if they've got eyelashes. And then I wonder if it's, the more desert adapted bigger birds that with bigger eyes, that it helps to assist protecting the eye from dust and sand. Because some of those dust storms and that you get in the Kalahari and in the Namib is quite intense. So, and if you lose your sight as being one of these kind of birds, it will spell your death. So you could lose an eye if you were a rhino. We've seen some animals that are able to adapt, but birds losing an eye, it's not very easy then for them to be able to survive from there. I think this is that same couple that I was photographing the other day. But now we also saw, it's quite interesting because we saw, it looks like the ostrich has got eyelashes on the top, but the actual eyelid moves up and down from the bottom. It doesn't seem to close from the top. It's just one that sort of comes up from the bottom itself. So it doesn't seem to have eyelashes on the top and the bottom, only the top, which yeah, it's interesting. Bit of feather maintenance again. You can see the dust just coming up off the 2-track there. Getting rather windy now, but the one bonus is it's not hot, so it's crazy. 4 seasons in one day. Earlier it was pretty hot, and then the clouds came over. Now it's cool. We might even get a bit of rain. That's the Eastern Cape for you. Scratching his head or picking his toes? I think he was scratching his head. You saw there's nice two toes. Very special for ostrich. See, now his tail's hanging down, but earlier he had spotted some males over on the other side of the water, and then it was cocked up. Ah, Baobab Girl, thank you. You're quite right. Ground hornbills have got beautiful eyelashes. You are 100% correct. And it seems all the bigger birds, I wonder the nightjars. The nightjars might have eyelashes. I know they've got whiskers around their bills, and that helps for when they get close to insects, and then they sort of, it helps because they might not get right on the insect, so not hitting the bull's eye, but close enough that with those little whiskers it does help to catch the insects. But nightjars might have. What about giant eagle owls? Or the Verreaux's eagle owl, as they call it now. Verreaux. It's all the bigger birds that I'm seeing that have got eyelashes. Kori bustards, I'm sure would have. Maybe the Korans as well. I don't think the spurfowl franklins have. So maybe that's it. Maybe I need to look into the Korans but maybe it's sort of from bustards upwards. Korans, bustards. So I have a feeling they might. I don't think a red-crested Koran has, but maybe the ones that are bigger, the rupals. One of my favorite birds, that. Their call. Wap, 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 wap. Also hear them in the desert. They call in duet. And they make a funny head movement when they call with each other as well. I must say his tail feathers look very brown. I wonder if he's lying in the mud or something. Should be white. It's just from the soil, dust bathing. Back to feeding. There you can also see his pink shins. The birds have all but gone quiet now with this wind picking up. There's just the odd bird calling. So tamarin, yes, the males will take on more than one female. It just seems like here there's a lot of competition, so it's almost like the males are just getting one female, but I've seen them mate with multiple females here, and the females mate with multiple males as well, so there's a real mixture going on here. But what I've noticed in the Kalahari and the Namib, you generally have one male with quite a few females, but there will be one dominant female, but he'll mate with all of them and he'll chase the other males away. So it's just a little bit of different dynamics here. So that's the norm, what I have just described, in their more suitable habitat of arid conditions. And here it seems like there's a little bit more of polygamy with both the males and the females, a bit of a mixture. They disappear off there now behind that thicket. Or have they? They've just returned. Maybe not. So yeah, it always depends on the geographical location. You can have quite a lot of that kind of difference in their social behavior from different spots and different. So you might find in the Hlui Umfolozi Game Reserve impalas doing, or acting in a specific way. It also depends on the resources that they have in comparison to here, to Namibia, to the Lowveld. But there will be there'll obviously be a lot of similarities, but there'll definitely be differences as well. And finding that difference here with these ostriches, that's why it's been fascinating to watch them as they go about their antics every day, because it seems quite different to what I'm used to from ostriches. Let's just pan across now that they've disappeared. See what else we can find here on the plain. Zebra. And another one, a little bit of light poking through there, through the clouds. And there's our bull rhino. Grazing, but there's quite a bit of wind, so sorry, I'm just trying to keep this camera still. I'll have to go out a little bit to stop the shakes. Like he's also been wallowing in the mud, probably yesterday with that extreme heat we had. seems to have taken quite a liking to Tembi, but she hasn't taken a liking to him. It's the same with Thandi. He tries to get close to Thandi, but she's having none of it. That's also why the guys and myself think that she's pregnant, and in which case it's going to be a while before she'll let him anywhere near her. Tembi, on the other hand, might be more accepting of him in the not too distant future, so we'll wait and see. Could be interesting. Those ears, always backwards and forwards, always listening out. Ostriches. There they go, the road runners. Here we are. A bit of action. Let's try and keep up with them. Oh, the cheapest zebra getting out the way. Here they come. Here they can move. To keep up with the one in the front. They're so close I can't. The one giving up. Yeah, that's that. And the other one is probably shouting, "Don't come back." So yeah, just when you think nothing's really happening, well, the ostrich just kick things off. So this guy, obviously dominant over the other one. See lovely pink shins. It's, yeah, it's like a racetrack here when these ostriches get going, and they can move. Between them and the Blesbok, they've really been keeping me entertained. Wow, he's got seriously pink shins, look at that. He's a good looking male, this. And obviously chief over that other one. But tomorrow you might find the other one chasing this one. That's what I've found very highly amusing. It's well, it also keeps me on my toes. Got to wait for it, and suddenly you got to try and follow them. Jurassic chickens at their best. bit of exercise. Now having his brunch, or second breakfast. Harry, who's 9, thanks for jumping on board with us, buddy. That was really fast, wasn't it? I almost couldn't keep up with him. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Not the first time, it won't be the last. It's nice when they come so close though. But they do cover some ground, and very quickly. And then when the race is over, it's like it never happened. And they go back to doing ostrich things. The blesbok also chase each other around every now and then, and so do the wildebeest actually. I've been sitting here and then all of a sudden I just hear this noise, and I get a fright, and I turn around and there's 2 wildebeest just after each other. For whatever reason. I'll tell you, it's like watching a movie here. It's sometimes more fun. All the different animal characters, what they get up to. It's nice when it's a little bit cooler like this though, because the animals are more active, so at least there's a bit more for me to do. Hello mister, here comes our bull, nice and close. Might come and mark his midden. Which will be nice because it's right near to us. He really got himself full of mud. That sort of yellowy mud on him. I think that's another pan, not this one that's next to me here, this wallow here. Mr. Yellow Man. It's actually an awesome band called Yellow Man and Fathead. I don't know why I thought of that, just with him being yellow like that. See him doing the phlegm and grimace here. He's probably going to mark and or defecate as well. Maybe not. Sure, he obviously heard me. He's thinking about a wallow, but it's all pretty dry there. Just a walk by. Ah, he's going to mark. See, he's obviously marking there because that's where all the rhinos like to go. And they're like hanging about this wallow. Even though he's marking it, it's more Tundi's wallow than his.
So we will be back again with Rolf just now. Unfortunately, we just did a little technical slip up there, but not to worry about that. Rolf will be back, and so will the white rhinos as well. So I've been trying to just keep track of where our Yeland and our black rhino went off to earlier, without any luck because they have really disappeared out of sight. But nice little harem of zebra with us right now, and really quite tranquil at the moment. Our springbok have decided to commandeer the shade, and not too much going on. Definitely getting rather warm. Birds are also taking it easy at the moment, or a bit quieter than normal, and some cicadas as well in the distance too. So really quite a peaceful scene, and a lovely way to start an afternoon. If 1 o'clock is when you start your afternoon or lunch, definitely a good way to start it. So let's just have a closer look at our zebra. A fair amount going on with them. Pretty relaxed at the moment, just enjoying quiet drinking. Seems to be some form of peace and solitude. I think slowly making their way off. I'm just trying to check. I can see some legs above me, although I'm pretty sure it's springbok. No. Off in the distance. Zebra again. But some springbok off to the left of us. And it does seem that with the heat building, probably a good idea to focus and see what Springbok get up to underneath that shade. Hi Julian, yes they are. We actually saw a jackal here the other day, although they are omnivorous, but they do predate on a number of little bird species as well as the impala lambs and springbok lambs, who will obviously scavenge as well. But they are also spotted hyena, cheetah and leopard. I wouldn't be surprised if there's the odd brown hyena around as well. There are also caracals too, African wildcats. Stand to be corrected, but I'm sure black-footed cat as well, the smallest of the cat species in Africa, with the highest success rate. So a number of different predators around here, but yeah, at the dam camp so far I've only seen lion and jackal here. I'm not sure whether they want to leave or stay and drink, it seems, at the moment. But, I mean, we will enjoy their presence while they grace us with theirs. So I've just got comms into the directors in the MC, and they say they spy with their little eyes something beginning with R. Now what R pertains to, I'm yet to figure that out just yet. But if you have any idea, join in with us and let us figure it out. This riddle that has been posed from the MC across to me over here. And I'm actually lost because I don't know where they're looking, what this R might be. Okay, so I'm told I'm going to get some hints. But, I'm having a feeling that maybe two of them might need to have eyeballs checked at the moment, because my little eyes can't spy nothing at the moment with an R. But, I mean, who knows? I could be very wrong. It could be staring me right in the face, and it's me that needs my eyeballs checked. So let us wait and see. And if you do have an idea, send it through. Let us know. I'm not too sure if the midday heat's got me or what's going on here, but let's have a pan around. Let's see if these little eyeballs of mine happen to spy. Those two eyeballs over there have spied. Perhaps a really hot zebra. They did say R and not M, so definitely not Mirage. And while we wait for this puzzle to be solved, let us have a look at our zebra. It's always cool spending some time with him. You can see the number of blacksmith lapwings that are around here as well. Really are quite hidden amongst the concrete that is all around here. Every now and then you do see quite a big flock of them almost come out. So I just want to prove to you that they are here. You'll see the silhouette and you'll just see them and calling, but there are tons of them. They're always around. There is the proof that blacksmith lapwings are here and that my beads and eyes are working. I'm just not too sure if the grey matter is properly.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
So we have a few answers from our quiz, the I Spy, and I'm also waiting on Tenterhooks to hear these because I'm completely stumped at the moment as to what was spied that began with an R, and it wasn't rock. Hi Sam, red soil. Well, I'm not too sure if we can call it red soil here because of the concrete. It is more white, and the red that you are alluding to is perhaps some of the dried vegetation that is in between that concrete. So it also just does give off a little bit of a red kind of undertone, but that's purely because it is kind of more brought out with the concrete at the moment. So sorry, Sam. So I'm also told that it is not red soil. Clearly not Gemsbok either because there is no R in Gemsbok. This one right closest to us has some really impressive horns. Ooh, Terry Roots, you could actually be onto something there. I think it's more basically tree trunk and stump than opposed to roots, but perhaps. I'm not too sure. I don't live in the branch of Morgan or Mull just yet, though they seem to be living in mine. So I'm told that it is not roots, but apparently we all need to think a little bit more abstract and a bit more out of the box. So I suppose I have to continue with this. We do have our Gemsbok and the Springbok here at the moment, and I did say a really impressive Gemsbok bull there, long horns. You'll also see the Dabchick scooting in and around, kind of ducking in and out of frame too. So two Dabchick that are present, and we don't have anything that begins with an R with any of those, so those have been ruled out and clearly not abstract enough for us. Yeah. I'm going to zoom out a bit more just because sometimes it's quite cool to see if we get any more approaches. Okay, so I think I've got an idea now as to what the two lovely directors are talking about here, and apparently we see it when the animals are at the water. So it begins with an R, and I'm not going to give my answer just yet. I'll wait for a few of you to answer more, and you can then give that across as well. Leopard Lover, I think you actually have a very good answer there with Rhino Dung. So I don't think Rhino Dung is the one. I'm yet to see any of the Rhino Defecator, although it probably is present. But the large balls of dung that are around here are more than likely the elephant, because they do occur here in large numbers, and we actually had a really big herd, or actually about 2 herds come through on Monday, on Tuesday. It is now Thursday. Let's just get my days of the week correct. There were a number of them, so unfortunately, Leopard Lover, I think you are incorrect there. But I did say, yeah, I think we are on the right track with regards to being a bit more abstract. And it is a word R that comes down. And it is present when there are animals or birds around the water. And I think I can tell what it is because I can see it already around the waterhole now with a number of the birds. That kind of mirror effect. I think that's a hint. So Toto is answering reflection, which is what I think it is. So our grey matter is working correctly, Toto. Me and you are correct here. Been holding out there just because it was rather left of field. I did initially think rhino and realized that that was not in frame. And really had to get the gears ticking over. But good answer, Toto. And you can quite clearly see a number of reflections there with the lapwings. The crow, and of course we have our dab chicks. Just the one at the moment that scoots in and out, ducking and diving. So good to keep us on our toes there. Thanks to the MCs for sending that through, with Mel and Morgan keeping us on our toes. And let us scroll out again. Let's have a look and see who else might be around. What else might be around at least. Doesn't seem to be as hot as it was yesterday and on Tuesday because we had really large numbers of springbuck underneath the shade here of this camel thorn. So we did see a few of them a bit earlier. But our cloud cover is kind of building up this afternoon. So just want to have a little pan across here. Sometimes we miss out on other things that move through. Some European beads is calling. That morning dove, one of my favorite calls up here. With these clouds kind of brings the promise of rain, but not really too much, definite. White lies being told by the climate at the moment. But I'm going to continue because as the moisture builds, we are moving towards a more rainy season here anyway. So we'll have to wait and see. But quite a procession of springbok coming down, it seems. And we will make sure that we spend some time with them. So some more zebra, springbuck. So let's just hang here. Make sure we get anything else that comes down to join us.
He said there was a lion at like 4 or 5 and then by 6 there was 2 elephants.
So do excuse the background noise at the moment. We are here obviously at Okakuyo, and Okakuyo is the main camp here in Etosha. And where the camera is quite close to obviously where a number of visitors would be. So if you do hear anything, don't be alarmed. It isn't any ghosts or anything like that. It just is some visitors to the camp enjoying the same scenes as us. You'll just be able to hear some hornbills as well. Quite clearly, those hornbills. Lovely to hear them too.
I don't think so. Is it? Do you think there is no I think so too, because I think also they fill it up. That's what I think also, so the animals will come. They planned it. Now why the big issue, because all of them need to go sit there and we're talking. The next work of that. They were all climbing up there, but then they were like, these people are loud. But we were just talking like this. Because the thing is, look how far we are from the animals. And for us talking in the morning about the family was
Cassia pied barbet and our hornbills calling as well, the red-billed hornbills. A number of other special hornbills up here. We don't see anywhere else, we're just yet to hear any of them. But, very special being able to just listen to any of these different bird sounds. Obviously in different areas different birds occur, some favoring more arid areas, some preferring the wetter areas as well, areas with higher rainfall, let's call it that. So it's really been quite special across where we are right now. Hoping that we do start to attract some numbers of something else. There was quite a line of springbok that looked like they were coming to join us. And a number of them are looking rather heavy set. So let us just keep some tabs on where that procession really has headed off to. A lot of the springbok that were in the shade over here have vacated and left the building, if we want to call it that. It looks like our zebra are going to leave us now as well. So it does seem that everyone is kind of deserting us here at the moment. I did think there'd be more springbok coming through, but they are kind of almost, I suppose, filtering themselves down. But the cloud is building here, which is actually quite fantastic because the sunset this evening will be really awesome. However, let us go and have a look and see who has shown up for us in Djuma. So as you can see, we are here in Djuma. Lovely to be here. So we did have our impala earlier, but we are here obviously with some warthog at the moment. There's a number of piglets, and I'm pretty sure these are the ones from last week too. You can just see those little piggies just in the shade there underneath that jackalberry. So a sounder of warthogs are with us. You can also just hear some of those European bee-eaters across here. So those migratory birds, they do occur in large numbers across when they do migrate down. And there were some kudu too, so just want to make sure we get a sighting of everything. So quite cool to be able to spend some time with kudu. It's not all the time we get to see them cross here. They do tend to prefer the thicket. Actually, with a bit of the wind and it being quite naturally thick at the moment, they are going to be enjoying some time out here. Really cool. It's actually the first time I've seen the kudu this side, although I know that there are lots of them in the area. But nice to have them on dam cam eventually. Normally it's the Inyala that we see this side, and we did see that Inyala bull earlier too, so fantastic that we've got them. It does look like they'll hang around for a little bit, so let's just check in with our piglets. And the pigs, I'm hoping that we get both in frame soon enough, and perhaps we should actually come out a little bit and we can just keep tabs. Quite a pleasant scene developing at the moment with the kudu and the warthog almost linking up. So a little sounder and of course a little loose association or a little herd of kudu. But of course they are, and they do form loose associations, so those numbers change consistently. But of course there is obviously strength in numbers too, so we'll be rather highly alert, and of course if anything does come through they will shoot straight off into that thick vegetation that's just up there. So that thicket or drainage line that is just ahead of us, kudu will fight or flight into that. Some of those little piglets coming out as well. So while the kudu are out in the open, it's quite awesome just to have the scene playing out at the moment. quite peaceful. It's lovely being able to watch kudu graze. Obviously, we normally see them having a drink up in Okakuyo, and they are, of course, in Mashatu. Just haven't been able to put them on dam cam just yet. So fantastic having them here and being able to see them actually grazing. So they do browse predominantly all the time. They are known as and recorded as browsers, but quite clearly here taking advantage of the green shoots that have come through, and with that are clearly grazing. So it will obviously depend on the type of vegetation that is available, and with that fresh new green shoot coming through, very sweet, highly calorific as well, so lots of nutrients and the rest in it, those kudu will take advantage to graze. So sometimes all the books and the information that is out there is a good pointer. There are anomalies and things do change, so it's just good to know. Anyone that thinks that kudus are predominantly browsers or 100%, that is exactly all they do. Quite clearly, that is disproved here. Lovely to have them and our little piglets coming through, so really awesome at the moment. So it's been really fantastic and always lovely to spend some time with different wildlife doing different things. So great to see our kudu grazing along here, as well as getting a last final look in at our warthog piglets. Cute little things, very high up on the menu for a number of different predators. However, it is time for us to shoot across to Trishala in Amakhala, who's got a giraffe.
Do have a giraffe, and it's super windy, so you're going to hear quite a bit of noise from the our roof, and that's very likely what's getting this giraffe's attention. We have a whole lot of them. So we're in the Northern Territory at the moment. There aren't any lions or cheetahs on this side. You do get jackals and a really wonderful array of herbivores. There's giraffes all over the place. Look at this giraffe. It had this very proud posture as it pushed out its neck and pulled its head back. I like how they often look like they're just surveying the area. Obviously from that height, it seems obvious that they have a good range, a great view of what's going on in the bush. And that's also their main way of deterring predators. They just kind of stare them down. Well, there's not too much else they can do, because once they start running, then it actually provides an opportunity for predators. We've seen lions try to trip up giraffes and also try to push them or make them run through drainages where they could trip and fall. So they stare them down. And that's really effective because it lets the predator know, hey, I've seen you and you've lost your element of surprise. I can be prepared now. I can't really tell what it is that they're eating. Oh! You You can get it. You can get it. Obviously, that particular branch that it needs to get with its long tongue is very important. Their tongues are really long, about 25 centimeters. There we go. And are very strong and tough. And they strip leaves using it.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Nature.
Giraffe seems like it really doesn't care about the wind. Its mane is not even moving that much, but it's quite a short mane. It's got a friend behind it as well. So the one we're looking at is a bull. We can tell by the rounded ossicones, or kind of bald ossicones, just at the top. And then the one behind it, that's a female. You can see that she's got a very fluffy, hairy ossicones. I love the way their lips move. So they don't have teeth in the top of their jaw. Their teeth are at the bottom of their jaw, and obviously they're adapted to their herbivorous diet. But at the top they have a dental plate. And so they can hold things with their bottom teeth against that upper plate to pull. So that's really effective for all sorts of vegetation, really. Oh, it's all tongues today. Look at the one in the back, busy cleaning her nose. Yes, we caught you. She's stopped now. I love watching a giraffe feed. You know, earlier we were talking about watching butterflies. Watching a giraffe feed is kind of the same, because you see their tongues doing cute little things and their lips moving. And sometimes they get into a bit of a frenzy. I've seen it once with giraffes eating knobthorn flowers. Just got into a bit of a frenzy. Had pollen all over its face. And that's exactly actually what the knobthorn tree wants. Because a giraffe is the mammal pollinator of that tree. So it goes from one knobthorn while it's flowering, gets the pollen all over its face, and then goes over to another knobthorn and deposits that pollen. Now with knobthorns, we know for a fact that they are classified as a mammal pollinator, and that's because of the amount of both knobthorns that they eat and the amount of pollination that is done or has been done by them and documented or recorded. But it would basically be the same thing for the most common Vitellia that we get here, which is the sweet thorn. Because those yellow sweet thorn flowers, as they're eating the sweet thorn, the pollen would dust off into their face, and they might do a similar thing. Just maybe not to the extent that they do with knobthorns. Now we've been looking at so many insects through the day. I really love that. I love insects. We looked at the lepidopterans, hemipterans, and coleopterans. And we know just how many insects there are all around the trees. And I sometimes wonder to myself, when these bulk feeding animals come along, like elephants and giraffes, how many insects do they take up too? I have no idea. Just something to think about. But probably quite a bit. Particularly small insects. But also, as one branch gets disturbed by the giraffe, I'm sure the other insects start to flee the area. It's not as if they are unfamiliar with the feeding habits of the herbivores in the area. Then I think about things like chameleons. So there was, when I was in Djuma several years ago, there was a chameleon that we visited very, very often. Not Fernando. For those viewers who know who I'm talking about, it wasn't Fernando, it was another chameleon. Herbie ended up naming her Nonoka. And so we had watched this chameleon for months and months. She was on the same tree, and she, was a bit of a regular. And then one time, she was on an apple leaf tree. And then one time, I came to visit her, and the tree was completely stripped of leaves. Elephants had come through, and we can see when elephants come through, obviously from the tracks and the way that they feed. And they had stripped the leaves off the tree, and we never saw Nonoka again. Now, I often wondered if she managed to get away from the elephant. I mean, if I were her and that had happened to me, I'd stay far away from that area and try to get a tree somewhere else. And I hope that that's what happened to her. But we don't know. I did spend several days after that on bushwalk, looking in elephant dung for any remnants. But actually what would have likely happened, and would be the same with a giraffe if it came across a chameleon on the tree, is that it would spit it out. Because the texture would be wrong, and it'd be able to feel, bony bits and fleshy bits in its mouth. If it is a time where it could actually notice it. If it's huge bulk feeding, then maybe not. But it's likely that it would feel it and then spit it out. But that's for something big like a chameleon. When it comes to insects, I doubt that they would do that. I think it would just get crushed with all the leaves. Hi Arctic Circle, you'd like to know what conservation efforts there are for giraffes? So in this area, cheetah has probably the greatest amount of conservation effort. They're really trying to increase the population. But specifically for giraffes in this area, there aren't any that I can think of. Have you heard of any in this area, Morgan? Specifically giraffe conservation? I don't think I have, not yet. But Arctic Circle, I will, if I come across anything, I will let you know. They are listed as vulnerable, and in other areas across Africa and South Africa, there definitely are lots of sanctuaries that focus on giraffes. But like I said, they're still listed as vulnerable. Obviously, giraffes are the kind of animal that, is an animal that's kept in many zoos across the world. Which also helps in, especially in maintaining the genetic material of a giraffe. Because if that means that research and samples, etc., are kept of them, so they become this bank, or zoos that is, become a bank of genetic material for these animals, or of these animals rather. And those would also really help in the effort to try to get them off that vulnerable list. Look how it's moving from tree to tree to tree. It's so important for it to make sure that it's not eating anything too high in tannins, and so it keeps moving around. But I must say it looks very, very focused on feeding at this moment. When we drove up, yeah, it did give us a look and stop briefly, but then it just decided, no, these guys, not a threat at all. I know these guys. I'm gonna put my head down and keep on chewing. Speaking of, so we were just chatting about zoos being a sort of genetic bank for a whole lot of species, and how it can be very critical at a point, especially when animals are about to go extinct, certain species are, then those kinds of genetic banks are super important for being able to maintain a particular lion or species. And just on that point, so we were chatting about that, and I wanted to tell you that, sorry, that was the wind, hope you can still hear me. I wanted to tell you that there was actually a record of giraffes being kept in captivity by Egyptians, and collected and then sent to Rome and things like that, like during the reign of Julius Caesar. So I suppose that the fascination of how unusual and amazing a giraffe is has been going on for a long, long time. And I mean, that's only in recorded history. There would have been times, I suspect, previously when giraffes were also kind of, wanted to be made friends with. Shall we call it that? What have you seen now? It's looking down the hill to an area that I can't see, but maybe there's some more giraffes there. In fact, another 2 giraffes are looking down in that area as well. Maybe they've seen some other antelope. I'm not sure if it's doing a little jig there or or it's getting swayed by the wind. It's neither of those. It's probably just moving around its legs a little bit. Maybe it's done with this section of bush. So we spoke about the chemical signals that bushes can send out earlier today to alert the other plants nearby to the presence of a predator, which is in their case, a herbivore. It's going to be preying on the plants. And so it's been feeding in this area for quite some time along these bushes. So maybe their defenses have gone up. It's become a little too tanniny. Let's see if it decides to eat again here or not, but I think it'll move on to a different bush. Even when you watch them eating around a single bush, you'll see them moving around the bush as they eat. And that's because the leaves start to turn a lot more astringent with tannins as it feeds. Now during the winter when it's very dry, plants are really desperately trying to hold on to their leaves. So they'll extrude a lot of tannins into those leaves, even if they're not particularly being eaten at that time. And so leaves in the bush get, they don't taste nice at all. Very astringent. But herbivores are forced to eat it because it's in the dry season. So when it's a very, very dry season, herbivores will just take what they can get in terms of the leaves. In an average dry season, they'll have a couple of these leaves, then they'll move off. There's a patch of some nice leaves, maybe in the drainage lines. So all is good. But in a really, really dry season, herbivores will just eat what they can get, and that means that they eat a lot of tannins. And all those tannins can disrupt their digestive function. There we go. And so it hinders how they absorb nutrients. So it looks as if these animals are eating, all is good, but actually they're not absorbing anything. And so in times of drought, you might even find dead antelope that don't have any injury, don't look like they've lost a huge amount of condition. And it may be a result of eating leaves too many leaves with too high a concentration of tannins. I remember we once found a nyala like that, maybe about 4 years ago in Djuma. But here you can see everything looks really nice and green. We've been getting great rain. So these leaves will be great for this giraffe. And then once this bush is just not as tasty anymore, it'll move on. Gosh, it's really windy. Well, I hope you can actually hear me properly. I'm crouched into a little ball. I think it's also time for me to remind you that obviously we all know that Darkmane succumbed to his injuries. And he was really special to all of us, and he gave us all some really wonderful sightings. And we got to know him, you know, as this individual, and I love that. And so we are having a fireside, or not a fireside chat, an AMA, an Ask Me Anything for Darkmane, and that will be with Tessa and Tristan on Saturday the 26th of November at 8 p.m. Central African Time. And you can ask Tristan and Tessa anything you like about lions, about coalitions, about Darkmane specifically, about anything that you would like to know. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to focus on him and focus on a strong male lion, and I'm sure that you all have lots of questions regarding him. So there you go, and Ask Me Anything, AMA with Tristan and Tessa on Saturday the 26th of November at 8 p.m. Central African Time. And that's for explorers only. Look at how fat those cheeks are. Full of food and lots of saliva to help it all go down. Anyway, let me send you over to Okokoyo and see if those rhinos have returned. We're going to move on, I think. See if we can get them from the other side.
Well, this really must be some type of record that's been set right now. 2 black rhinos during the course of the day. And I'm not too sure if it's the one from earlier, but really fantastic that we get to spend time again with another black rhino. Really, what a treat. Super fantastic. And this one obviously wading in a little bit, and Springbok quite content hanging around behind it. really just awesome. What a lovely way to kind of start our wind down to the end of Escape to Nature. So this really is awesome. Definitely a highlight. 2 black rhino in a day. So Morgan has been debating whether this is swimming or wading through, and I can assure you, Morgan being the director here, that this is wading, because black rhinos tend to wade or wallow, but this one clearly enjoying the water on and around its face. Perhaps it might sit down at some point, so that would be fantastic. Also some of those black-faced impala just there on the left-hand side of us. And again, just watch its ears, how it picks up all the little sounds around it. Almost like little periscopes that do go around, each one operating independently of the other. So it's always fascinating when you watch rhino, just seeing how their ears do move around like that, much like a chameleon's eyes. It really is quite cool. You can just see that dab chick as well. Zooming right in. I'm hoping this rhino does plonk down. It'll be really quite cool if we do get that. And we did see it submerging its face in the water, so who knows? We could get lucky. So it's quite actually, it's cool where it has submerged its face, and just that water line that is obviously on the black rhino when it does turn its head, and we get a side-on view there. Almost how perfect that is almost. Quite linear, but definitely in line with that second horn and its eye. I was talking earlier about how long that tail is in the back, and when they do run off, that tail does flick up, and the head obviously is mounted a bit higher up than what a white rhino is. White rhino obviously predominantly grazes, and then being able or having the ability then to have that face of theirs kind of geared more towards that grazing function. And you'll notice with this black rhino being a bit higher set up, and then obviously being able to take and browse far easier. So when they do run, obviously that head does come up and they kind of look down their nose, and that tail then does curl up at the back. It's quite awesome to see. You never do see a black rhino running off.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the Sunset Show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth. In your nature.
So it sadly looks like our rhino is deserting us like a bad friend, although this one was a very good friend. It came through for us a second time today. And possibly time for a siesta before feeding commences this evening. I'm just keeping tabs on where it goes. A bit of wind being stirred up here. Straight into this clump of vegetation, perhaps going to be moving off into far thicker vegetation up there, and you can see some zebras just on the tree line, almost to the top left of this first thicket that the rhino is walking into. An opportunity to browse, it seems. So really cool watching this rhino walk off and being quite inquisitive at the moment. Not everyday scene, so fantastic that we managed to get this in. And of course, middle of the day, so it does show you again, as we did have grazing kudu earlier, we have a black rhino in the middle of the day. So animals really do get up to their own thing, and generally we kind of have to average out or generalize on knowledge that has been passed down to us. So things that are constantly being found out with regards to the natural world. Oh, very cool, but it seems that this rhino is kind of taking that opportunity to rest. Quite clearly in the shade now. Perhaps some rubbing there, but let's just give it a few more seconds and let's see. This here, the European bead, is a high-pitched call. You can just make out its ears moving every now and then, so clearly still awake or alert. I'm just trying to keep tabs on its head too. I do think it's perhaps having a little browse. But I don't want to go any closer in because it will distort our picture. Unfortunately, the wind is not too hectic at the moment because we wouldn't be afforded this opportunity if it was. So really, not often we get to see rhinos during the day, and the fact that we've seen a second one today, probably quite an outlier if we were taking the statistics. It is generally in the evenings, or even in the early mornings, that the rhinos would be far more active and present. They are also known to congregate in large numbers at night. So this waterhole then would form part of the home range. So it is inching ever so slowly into the thicket, or deeper into the thicket. I do think this rhino is browsing, though I can't make it out 100% from here. It's a little bit far for us. And I did say earlier, I don't want to zoom in too much further because we probably will run into some pixelation issues then. And the wind might actually affect us a little bit more. But really fantastic, and just cool to be able to see this during the day, because at night it does obviously become a little bit tougher. However, just getting some insight into the day on the life of a black rhino. Let's just see. Perhaps it'll start to move on, but well, we do have a black rhino here during the day. Let's capitalize on our sighting. We'll just be able to hear those European bee eaters. In fact, there are a number of other bee eaters that are found in Etosha, those being the blue-cheeked little bee eater, sometimes the olive, as well as the swallow-tailed. Obviously will also be found in certain areas. That's clearly the audio of that European bee eater at the moment. So it does look like this rhino is just going to hang here. Some zebra walking off in the distance or just behind it. But as I said, while we do have the rhino in frame, or at least near us, and we can still make out its shape, definitely a fun way just to observe what is going on. Perhaps it'll move on a little bit. If it does go deeper, it looks like it has been browsing. You can see its head going up and down. So really cool. Always cool to observe different things happening around us. It is slowly inching ever so closer, or ever further away from us, and kind of into the real thick stuff at the moment. So when I do lose proper visual, we'll go and join across to the zebra that are funneling themselves all the way down to the water, it seems. And I mean, if we didn't know that there was a rhino in that bush at the moment, you'd be pretty hard pressed to find it. I can guarantee you that. So it does look like we've lost our visual for now. And we're going to zoom back out and watch our zebra as they come down and approach the Okakuyo waterhole. Cloud cover clearly building up. But we do have a harem coming to join us. Looks like they are moving at some pace at least, not dawdling. Does look like we have another one of those black-headed herons perhaps around here, unless it's a crow. No, it is the lapwings. Just the silhouette there of that one rock giving shape some commonalities to what the herons do look like every now and then. I'm just trying to position us so we can watch our zebra. Yes, Aaron, you're so correct when you say that. And we heard both black and white rhino to show you today on Escape to Nature. So really, what a fantastic day. No complaints. So really, really cool for both of those rhino to be shown. So clearly we do have our zebra coming to join us. Unfortunately, that black rhino, the second one of the day, I'm going to keep saying that, did leave us and went off into that thicket. But the zebra are approaching us, and we are sadly approaching the end of Escape to Nature for the day. However, we will be back again tomorrow at 8:30 Central African time. It has been a fantastic day. So a big shout out to everyone involved, everyone here in MC, Ralph, Chishala, Morgan, and of course all the wildlife and this beautiful habitat that we were able to showcase to everyone today. It really has been an awesome escape to nature, but I also hope it's going to be an awesome afternoon for everyone else that's tuned in. But after this, straight after this exactly, is Penguin Beach, and after that is the Sunset Safari. So do stay tuned. And of course, do tune in again for Escape to Nature tomorrow. But wishing you all an awesome afternoon and cheerio.